Good morning. I am Felicia Marcus, Chair of the Board, and today is Tuesday, May 2nd at 9:02 a.m. First, to my left, Vice Chair Stephen Moore. To his left, Board Member Didi Diadamo. To my right, Board Member Joaquin Esquivel, and Tam Dodek will arrive in a little while. She had a medical appointment that couldn't be moved. Mr. Howard, will you please introduce the staff that's assisting today?
Thank you. To my left, Michael Laufer, Chief Counsel. To my right, Eric Oppenheimer and John Bishop, Chief Deputies. And assisting the board today are Janine Townsend and Courtney Tyler.
Great. Thanks very much. For those who haven't been here, our emergency procedures in the building, look for the nearest exit. And if you hear an emergency sound, proceed to that exit and down the stairs. If you need help, someone will assist you to a protected area. The meeting is being webcast and recorded, so please make sure you're close enough to the microphone that it gets picked up on the microphone. We want to hear you, but we also want the people on the webcast and in the back of the room to be able to hear you. Please also, sound-making devices, silence them in whatever way you choose. And with that, we're on to the public forum, and this is the section of the agenda where we hear from anyone wishing to speak on a matter not on the agenda, and we have 3 cards today. Our first speaker would be Mike Steerley from MDS Engineering and Construction, followed by Libby Uremovic, followed by Susan Garner from Equalogic, and they each have 5 minutes. Mr. Steerley?
Thank you. I'm here to formally protest the forthcoming award of a project that we bid on. The project is Tanks and Pump Station Replacement Project. It's DWSR project number 4510013-004-004C. This project was bid back on March 30th. The engineer's estimate was $3.5 to $3.8 million. MDS Engineering and Construction's bid was $3.2 million. The second and third bidders were approximately $3.8 million, over $500,000 difference. The project, we were advised by the engineer that our bid was going to be tossed out for clerical errors and what have you. Approximately, there were 3 or 4. These errors could have been remedied. The 4 of those, one of them was initiating a change in our proposal. We at the last minute made a change, and my son, who was there submitting the bids, made the change and forgot to initial. The percent of subcontractors was not put in, which is a minor item also. The electrical bid was pre-qualified, or you had to be qualified. The electrical construction company we used was determined to not meet my bid requirements. Article 12 states that if the engineer does not like, or the owner does not like that bid electrician or whatever, they can require us to substitute them at no additional cost. We agreed to that. Then there was some errors in the DBE documents and what have you. The DBE required 2 documents. The specifications required about 6 documents. The problem is that the engineers specifically at the board meeting stated that there were errors and or omissions in all the bids. Caltrans, on a project of such magnitude, threw them all out and rebid. In this particular case, the second bidder was allowed after the bid to submit those additional documents, which is highly unethical and by the engineers. The The engineer at the board meeting gave an impartial evaluation. One of the things that they said was, he stated, was that the funds could be in jeopardy if the second bidder protested the project. We checked back with the funding agency, and they said that this was absolutely incorrect. However, the damage was done. The board was focused on losing the funds. So they, in turn, took and, at the conclusion of the meeting, voted to disqualify us and award the project at an additional $500,000 over our bid to the second bidder, who had an error in their bid documents also. And it's our understanding they're additionally going to ask for additional funds because we've gone from the $3.8 million. They're going to request some additional funding because of where they're at. Where if they would have awarded the job, they had the opportunity to waive any irregularities in the bid documents, and they waived this one for the DBE and gave it to the second bidder. The $500,000 difference is going to go even further. Most possibly, I don't know exactly what they're going to ask for, but they're going to ask for additional funding from the revolving agency.
Can I interrupt you for a second? Which board? I don't.
This is Shasta Community Service District Board.
So it's Shasta Community Service District Board.
Yes.
Did a contract award, and they're using SRF funds, which is why you're coming to us.
Right.
Okay. I have no idea, Mr. Laufer. This is the first time this has popped. I've done a lot of contracting and other jobs. It's
we've
just
contacted, but we haven't had any response from the funding agency. We've given them details and what have you. In fact, I've got a recording of the meeting that I could give to you guys if you want to listen to the irregularities in what the board has done. See, I also belong to the Mountain Gate Community Service District Board. I'm on their board. One of our big concerns is if we've submitted for a project or in the process of getting funding for our outdated and obsolete water system that's dilapidated and what have you. If funds are given away, this additional $500,000 or whatever would cover, somebody's going to lose their project because you have a limited amount of funding and what have you. As a result of this, if they're allowed to fund this at an additional $500,000 over the low bidder, that money is going to come from somebody's not going to get to do their project as a result.
I understand that, but I'm going to turn to council because I don't know what our role is.
Yeah, so in this particular case, the board is serving as the funding agency, providing funds through the drinking water SRF. And under the state board's revolving fund policy, and it's applicable under both programs, but also specifically under the drinking water revolving fund policy, and I'm trying to flip to it on page 36. These are bid disputes as between a local water agency and the contractors. And the board's policy is specifically that the board does not get involved in those bid disputes. We are not privy to them. We don't make decisions relevant to them. And they are something to be resolved under the applicable public contract code dispute process with the local public agency.
And I understand that. I understand why that would be true. What does the total cost of the project, does that change? Have they already gotten an SRF loan, or are they going for
they're
an
in the
SRF
process.
loan? Or?
They're in the process of fighting. They're asking for additional funding because they're going to need more money. The engineer's estimate was 3.5 to 3.8. Our bid was 3.2, which was 500,000. The next two bidders were at 3.8. Well, that is running them short, so they're coming back to the funding agency to get some additional funds to do the project.
And
I don't think it's proper that If this project would have been self-funded, there wouldn't have been any question that we would have been awarded the job. But since it's free money, taxpayers' money, I think it's unconscionable for them to award it to the second bidder who had errors in their bid also.
No, I understand, and when I was a contracting agency, I was very involved in those kinds of disputes. The question is, it's not free money, it's a loan. If it's our money, are they combining it with loan and grant money from somewhere?
It's 100% grant money.
So what we could do, I don't have any familiarity with this
no, we
project.
just have
It
to
wouldn't
look at it.
change the fact that at least under our, we are not a contracting entity. We don't have oversight over the public contract code compliance. But I'm happy to take the gentleman's contact information, and then we can have DFA or someone within OCC do some outreach just so we can understand the nature of the specific issue. But ultimately, if it drives up the cost of the project and they need to come back to the State Water Board for additional funds, that's something that the staff and the board may need to consider in whether or not those additional funds will be supplied. I mean, if I'm hearing the concern that he's raising in terms of the larger public policy issue of a local agency's compliance or non-compliance with the public contract code.
Right, that would be the issue. All right, can you give Mr. Lawfer your, do I have it here? No, I don't have your email. Can you give your contact information to Mr. Lawfer so we can have someone follow up with you on the details? He can't do it right now because I need him to be here at the meeting.
Yes. If he's got a business card or an email that I could get you all the information and pass on, because so far it's been kind of a deaf ears and what have you. So I'll have my son send you all the documents you need to follow up. I just think it's heinous that the taxpayers should fund another $500,000 or $600,000 and get no more for their money. And as a board member, I hate the thought that I might not get my project funded because the money has been spent. So thank you very much.
No, thank you. Ms. Yurimova, followed by Ms. Garner. Hi.
Libby Yaramovic, speaking to you about government corruption. We can stop talking about the city of Beaumont. We are specifically talking about the State Water Board. I met with your staff last week. They were very clear. Everyone is very aware of what's going on. There is no doubt that your staff is aware that these documents are being forged. Ms. Marcus, 2 weeks ago, I met you in the hall about the Blue Baby scam, and I showed you Wildermuth's forged document just about the water. Do you remember that?
You showed me something that showed really high precipitation in 1 month. I think that's what Mr. Lawfer was trying to ask you for.
1 year. That was what Wildermuth forged. They tried to say that it rained 2 feet of rain.
No, I saw that. So that's what I wanted him to get a chance to look at.
Well, I pulled that right off the Santa Ana Board's agenda. And now all of the documents are gone. And the State Board's Google site, for 2 weeks, it hasn't worked at all. And Riverside County, do you know they have scrubbed Quail Valley from the State Health Department's website to the point where it doesn't come up at all? You would think they didn't even know where Quail Valley was.
Can I ask you a question about this? Because I saw your email this morning on the way in. Is our website working? Can you respond to this already?
There is an issue, and where apparently because of new security protocols with certain web browsers, including Safari from Apple and with Google Chrome, it does not, the search runs, but it does not display the search results because of a perceived security violation by those web browsers. However, if it's run with Internet Explorer, the search runs fine. Our IT department is now aware of this issue and is working to get it resolved.
Yeah, we need to resolve it because we can't block everything that comes in on Safari. Oh my God.
Apple actually has additional securities. So why anyone would block an Apple computer, I don't know, except that, well, Lawford is fully aware that I have an Apple computer. Aren't you, Lawford? How convenient. Yeah.
Let me be clear that it's not It's the Apple computers, or it's the Safari web browser that is
Yeah, it's not the
blocking the
computer,
content
it's the
coming from the
browser.
board's website because of the additional security.
Right.
And so there are workarounds. I emailed Ms. Yuramovic just at the start of the meeting, so I don't expect her to see it. One way that she could potentially run the search in the meantime without relying on Internet Explorer until the IT issues are resolved.
You need to produce the documents. We want to see Wildermoose, Fort Scam. And let me tell you, Wildermoose, that Chino Valley, where you guys ran those dairy farmers out of business, that used to be his glory. And he's taken that off his website, Miss Marcus. Imagine that. Why do you think he's hiding these documents all of a sudden? I told you those documents were forged. Let me tell you, just in the last 2 weeks, you, Miss Marcus, you have obstructed judgments. If you didn't order them to take those documents off the website, who did? Who did? Because all of those documents have been removed from state board websites. All of them. Who told you to take? Who did? Who gave the orders? You think some tech just went rogue?
You know what? I think, Mr. I don't doubt at all your sincerity, but I do think that you see everything through a lens of
black and
fraud,
white, through an auditor's lens, through the public's lens. That's right. I am the people. I see it through my way. When I see a document and then that document is removed, there is something horribly, horribly wrong.
Well,
that's right. I see it through the auditor's eyes. My way is the only way. My way is the bottom line. When I tell you $60 million was stolen out of the city of Beaumont because you neglected to do your duties, that's what happened. You don't get to pretend the building's still there because it's not there. Let me see the documents. Your lawyer says that the State Water Board is not responsible for water quality in the state of California. Do you think that's true, Ms. Marcus? I don't think that's true. Your lawyer also said
that, but
well, he did. He says a lot of things that just aren't true, but it doesn't matter if he says things that aren't true because I use documents. Let's see them. Let's see Wildermoose reports that have automatically vanished for some magical reason. How did it happen? How did documents just vanish off cities' websites, off county websites, off state websites? How does that happen? It's magic. Yeah, it's magic. Yeah, it's magic. We're going to lay it out right here in front of the public. We're going to go over what is forgery, what is fraud, and until you guys are indicted. You are responsible for this state board. Why do you laugh? This is what gets me. You people don't understand. You're only allowed errors and omissions. You're not allowed to forge government documents. You're not allowed to run predatory scams on people. You're not allowed to go on their property illegally. You're not allowed to make stuff up. Correct. You're a federal EPA. You're not allowed to. And you knew that Quail Valley scam was a scam. And to this day, you deny those people their property rights. To this day, you denied that man on Friday. You upheld your fraudulent scam, even though I emailed you those documents. Look, it says right there, the board. And he just said, oh, the board's not responsible for the regions. Yes, they are. Everything the region does has to be approved by the state board. It has to be approved by the administration of law and the federal EPA. So you are absolutely responsible. We're going to go over these documents. These cities are supposed to have investigations at least yearly. If anyone had investigated the city of Beaumont, they would have seen that the entire building does not exist. A $60 million facility is not there, and you just can't fake that.
Well, look, I can't argue with you here. A part of the challenge here is we've had people spending time, let me finish my thought. We've had people trying to look into what you've suggested. They say there is. They look at it a certain way. You say, no, that one doesn't count. So
no, I never said anything doesn't count.
Senior level people try, and they are continuing to try.
You don't have one person on the state board that can do capacity, that can calculate capacity. How is that possible? How is it the feds can tell me exactly how to calculate capacity, and there's not one person in your office or any region that can calculate sewer capacity? The state board did an investigative order on Beaumont sewer capacity, and they didn't come up with the fact that the city is over capacity. How is that possible? How did they do an investigation that never produced a result? How did the city of Beaumont and the state board fake having recycled water for 10 years? And that's what you people did. You faked it. You pretended they had a recycled water facility for 10 years, put up signs. You gave them permits to just charge recycled water. They don't have recycled water. They never built the building. They stole all of the money. They stole it all. Without the collusion of the state board, it couldn't have happened. But we're done with Beaumont. Now we're talking about your fraud, your embezzlement, your collusion, your obstruction of justice, your destruction of government documents. I want those documents put back on their website, or not, because you're the ones that are going to have to explain to the state and feds why those documents disappeared. You got an excuse for that? No, you don't. And how hard is it in the 21st century to retrieve government documents? Not hard at all, is it? They're all backed up to a mainframe. Stealing taxpayer money in the 21st century, as prevalent as it is, it's actually a fool's game. It's all documented, and it's all recorded. You're going to go to prison because that's the game. That's the only way to stop you. It ain't a threat. That's reality. You could laugh, you could shake your heads, but that's the end game because you don't understand how you can destroy other people's lives and laugh it off. I don't know. But this is my legal right to take you out.
Okay. Ms. Garner?
Madam Chair and members of the board, good morning. My name is Susan Garner. I'm a registered geologist in the state of California and a certified engineering geologist in the state of California. And I'm a consultant, and I mainly do UST reimbursement funding for public agencies and primarily school districts. I have a desk item for you this morning. I don't know if you received that. Okay, awesome, thank you. I'm here to talk about a policy that was just issued by the UST Reimbursement Fund. Oh. If you flip to the last page of the letter I have there, the fund issued a policy on April 20th, 2017, with about 5 weeks to comply. And the third bullet item lists a number of requirements for payment for reimbursement requests. And let's see, the sub-bullet number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items down now requires the hours charged for each task per day, which is not an industry standard for invoices for consultants. Typically, consultants would charge number of hours per person per month, or possibly per task. So such as quarterly groundwater monitoring, an invoice might be issued quarterly for that type of service. The fund also has guidelines in terms of what they'll pay per task. And for example, it might be $1,500 or $2,000 for a report. And they'll look at those guidelines compared to an invoice that was issued and potentially take a deduction if the charge for the task is over what their guidelines would typically provide for. And so the policy appears to state that if a reimbursement request does not contain all of these items, that the request will be denied and can be resubmitted if the information is available. So that's how I'm reading this policy. And the letter which I have attached refers to the statute, the Health and Safety Code. In fact, the same statute that they cite, that the fund cites in their policy is Health and Safety Code 25299.57B2, where the statute actually says the board shall not reject any actual costs of corrective action in a claim solely on the basis that invoices submitted failed to sufficiently detail the actual costs incurred if any of the following apply. And those items which need to be submitted do not include the amount of detail that the fund is now saying that they require for payment. And I know that the basis for the policy, or I'm projecting that the basis for the policy is to expedite payment, which I know has been an issue because the fund currently has over 2 years of funds that have not been distributed.
Right. For a variety of reasons, yeah.
For a
exactly.
variety of reasons,
Yeah.
right. And so this policy, the intent of the policy, I believe, is to try and expedite payment. But I think what will end up happening is that more claims will actually be denied.
And then it comes cycling through.
Right, because at this point, the time frame is 5 weeks and does not take into account that there are many projects that are underway and have not been billed in the format of hours per day per task, which is pretty detailed. And especially given that the fund already has guidelines in terms of what they'll pay per task. And so what I would ask is that the board review the policy that the fund has issued for compliance under the Health and Safety Code in its entirety. I would appreciate that. And also, when I testified here in January about payments to you remember I was here to talk about the special school district account. The board at that time had requested a report from the fund, and including the special school district account, and I was supposed to get a copy of that. And I've looked at the fund agendas regularly since that board meeting, and I do not see that it has been provided. Perhaps it has been. I did ask the board secretary for a copy of that, and so if it exists, I'd like to get a copy.
No, thanks for raising this. We've been struggling with this, and I know that Mr. Howard's been working on it specifically. Board member Dodek and I spent some time on it a couple of years ago, as I may have mentioned, and she has continued to, and I will, again, trying to straddle this line where part of it is how do we get this money out the door while also being sure that we're protecting against waste, fraud, and abuse, which we have had in this program.
Right.
So how do we figure out how to move quickly yet completely, which is a challenge. But thank you for raising this and giving us the specific language. And I think we just need to, I'm looking at John and the DFA folks are here. We'll just have to follow up on this specifically. I was aware that new guidance was going out, but I haven't looked at it in this level of detail. So thanks for raising it, particularly if keeping records in this format isn't the industry norm and we have the per task guidance. That's definitely worth looking at.
Right.
If we put people in a weird do loop of
Right.
impossibility,
I mean, I
that's
think,
not what we want to do.
right. And I know my time is up, but I think if you consider that work needs to be under regulatory directive, there are industry standards for what tasks cost.
Right.
And the intent of the legislation is to clean up waters of the state. And now with funding being so backed up, you know, and hopefully because, I mean, I guess because there's a few bad actors out there, it's affecting the industry in general. And I think that's unfortunate. So thank you very much.
Thank you for flagging. And I'm just going to look to John and Leslie to make sure it gets on our agendas for discussion rapidly. All right. All right. Well, let's move on to the minutes of the April 19th board meeting. There's just one typo that I found, which was it's Asha Kraling, not Draling. Are there any other additions or corrections that folks spotted? All right. Do I have a motion?
I move minutes be adopted with the changes that have been made.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then I need to abstain because I was not here.
Then we have an uncontested item. Is it still uncontested? Item number 2? All right. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. Item number 3.
Good morning, board members, executive staff, and of course the public at large. My name is Kyle Oshendusco, and I am a senior water resource control engineer in the Division of Water Rights. Today, I'm here to present item number 3 on today's agenda, the hydrology update for the Bay Delta watershed. Uh-oh. Next time I will have to sit a lot closer. I apologize.
Can we really get another clicker? I mean, this is just endless. I'll buy a new clicker. What's the... Uh-huh. Oh, so maybe we just need to get a stronger clicker. We need like a force clicker, like meaning having the force. Let's see if this works. Ah.
So I can't hide in my corner. Alrighty. So as we have on the screen here, the Northern Sierra precipitation, we're still looking outstanding, tracking to be the wettest year on record. At this point, we are 204% of average for this date.
Northern Sierra. Good.
In the San Joaquin area, we are 191% of average to date, which is still outstanding, tracking along with the wettest year on average.
You know, we talked about how we could have a drought and then we could have the wettest year, but I didn't really think it would happen. I mean, it happens. Happened in Australia. So I suppose it just happens. Yeah, sorry.
I do remember the talk of what would it take to get out of the drought? Well, we need 200% of normal.
Yeah. No.
And then look what happened.
And here we are. And in the Tulare Basin area, we are 170% of average to date. And once again, just calling to attention that we aren't the wettest in this area, but we are doing significantly better than we were last year and definitely better than the historical average. Oh, I cursed it. Please. Thank you so much. Here's our current reservoir conditions. We're seeing a lot of blue, which is outstanding. As I intimated at the last board presentation, operators right now are just trying to balance that catching the last drop versus flood protection at this point as some of that snow starts to melt. We're seeing some of the reservoirs that are slightly encroached on their flood storage space, such as Shasta, and others, you can see it's a little bit more prevalent as to what their flood storage space is, such as in New Don Pedro and Lake McClure.
Folks, are they holding a little more at Shasta so they can hold a little less at Oroville? Or is that just coincidental?
That is one potential strategy. One of the things that we're looking at, and I'll get into later slides, are talking about temperature management on the Sacramento River. And then our +2 down south are more or less holding steady at Kachuma 48% of capacity and Diamond Valley Lake at approximately 86% of capacity. The U.S. Drought Monitor at this point is relatively unchanged since the last 2 weeks when we provided this presentation, showing signs of drought in the Southern California as well as some of the southern central coast and reaching up into that San Luis Obispo County area. And this slide depicts California's snow water content as a percentage of average. We're starting to see a little bit of leveling out as would be expected at this time of year, slightly lower than we were 2 weeks ago, with the north showing about 142% of average. The central complex here is about 163%, and down in the southern Sierra is about 142% for this day.
And as we talked last month, the reason why we have the precipitation being so much more close to the record than snowpack is because of heat. So we got more rain than snow, even though we got so much snow, which is kind of amazing.
All right, so normally the next slide would be, or what it was last time was the groundwater information. We've been working with DWR and we understand that Some of the people that collect the groundwater, the local agencies as well as DWR, have until July 1st to get all of their data into their system, gets QA, QC'd, and then that data becomes public. They estimate that that data may be available as soon as the end of July, so about July 30th. So we didn't put the same slide up that we did last time, but we did substitute in the Sacramento River temperature management slide here. So as we were slightly discussing earlier, Lake Shasta isothermal baths, they're starting to take some of the measurements and see really where is that cold water pool. And so we see a lot of deep, deep blue here, which is outstanding news, very cold water in the reservoir at this time. We're noticing that the Shasta Lake is beginning to stratify. And one point that I want to bring to the board's attention with this slide is that in previous years, we were talking about maybe tens or hundreds of thousands of acre feet that were of this cold water volume here, but now we're talking about 1 million acre feet of water that is very cold and should be setting us up for a good temperature management season on the Sacramento River. Alrighty, so at this time, Reclamation and the fishery agencies are currently in consultation as to the 2009 biological opinion, and once that process is complete, they'll be making that information public. Generally, we understand that the temperature management plan proposal for this year will be 56 degrees average daily temperature at Balls Ferry. And as the last slide kind of showed, Reclamation doesn't anticipate having any issues meeting that target this year.
56, the normal one?
It is the normal one. In previous years, we've had it as high up the Sacramento River as Clear Creek. And so their Reclamation is mandated to provide or work with the fishery agencies to provide that 56 at that target location in their consultation.
I like these slides of things not to worry about this year. Now I can live with that.
And as this slide will show, that concludes my portion of the brief, but I'm available for any questions that the board may have.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you for your
very
time.
much. Nice news. All right, item number 4.
Good morning, Chair Marcus, board members. Welcome, Board Member Esquivel. Max Comberg with the Office of Research Planning and Performance. We're going to give a brief update on water conservation, and I'm going to turn it over to Yelena Hartman on my staff to start with that.
Good morning. Morning. Thanks, Max. Okay, so as Max said, we're providing the water conservation update, and we'll lead in with the results that we have received during the past couple of weeks from our urban water suppliers, the 409 in the state, and concluding with March. In the 22 months since we've had the state-mandated water conservation standards in place, we have conserved almost 2.7 million acre feet, or 22.5% compared to the same months of 2013, which serves as a baseline for comparison. And that is enough water to provide more than a third of the California population with water for 1 year. In the last 10 months alone, since we've had a shift in how conservation standards are set based on supply reliability, assuming additional years of drought, we've saved more than 1 million acre feet. And so for a bit of a broader context for these values, we can look at the statewide monthly urban water production. And the purple line, which starts in June, shows 2014, which is when first emergency water conservation regulation was adopted and when monthly reporting started. So concluding with March 2017, we have 34 months of water production. So the data that are shown in a purple line, dark blue line, green, and then the teal line, which shows the 3 months of 2017, are the 34 months of water production data. And those water production values are compared to the orange line, which is the 2013 baseline water production. And so any reduction of water production compared to that orange line is what our water savings are. And the last 22 months, we've had state-mandated water conservation targets, and we can look at those 22 months in a little bit more detail, where the purple bars on this chart for the 22 months with the water conservation requirements show the savings for each month compared to the same month of the 2013 baseline year. The orange line tracks the cumulative percent savings, and so currently, concluding with March, the savings are 22.5%. And the teal line shows the last 10 months since we started with the stress test, and actually concludes that period. The savings are 20.1%. And in general, if we look at last year, March of 2016 and March of 2017, we see that the savings level is comparable. Average statewide residential gallons per capita per day use was 67 in March of this year, which compared to last year's 66 gallons in March shows that it's a pretty steady level of production, and it's much better than in 2013 when the RGPCD was 86 gallons. So we've made gains and we've maintained them. That sums up the results. We have posted the data set and lists of each supplier's performance on our website. And now I just wanted to briefly provide some broader context for other milestones that have marked last month. So in the light of the wettest year, as we've heard from Kyle's update, the governor issued Executive Order B-4017 on April 7th, lifting the drought proclamation. So among other things, the executive order directed the state water board to end certain provisions within the emergency water conservation, but to retain others. And so following that directive, the executive director of the State Water Board issued a resolution on April 26th in which mandatory conservation standards that are coming from the state based on the stress test reliability or other stress tests are all rescinded, and the temporary requirements to continue monthly reporting remain in effect, as well as prohibitions against wasteful water use, such as hosing off sidewalks or irrigating during or after rainfall. And so these temporary reporting requirements will remain in place through November 25th, when the emergency regulation expire, and staff are working on developing long-term regulation. There are actually two long-term regulations. One piece is to continue the monthly reporting requirement, so making reporting a permanent requirement. A draft is expected to be released in July, with public hearing to receive comments in August, and expected public meeting to consider adoption in October. The other piece of the permanent regulations that's under development is the regulation for permanent prohibitions. And the timeline is a little bit different, but we expect to see a draft released for public review in July, and then have a hearing in late 2017, and then have a public meeting to consider adoption in 2018. And before I hand it back to Max, at this point, we would like to seek direction on what's board preference in terms of providing staff updates to the board that summarize the water production information we receive from suppliers each month. So one of the options is to continue with updates every 6 months. So we could do update today and then the next one at the end of the summer, or we could do them at board request or another staff reporting frequency.
Just a couple of questions on this slide, unless other people. So we're doing them separately. One has to do CEQA, the other probably doesn't, right? So that's part of the difference. Are you doing, and you may have said this, and I may just have been staring at the slide, you know, obviously you all have spent a lot of time with stakeholders throughout this whole process, but in developing what your drafts are going to be, because the permits need to be for reporting and wasteful practices, but they don't need to and probably shouldn't be identical to what we've been gathering through the drought. So there is some conversation room. So do you have a formal round of stakeholder engagement on that, or are you just, since you guys know everybody, are you just talking to everybody?
So
Before you get to a proposal, and presumably you'll also be meeting with all of us for our sense, just as you did at each iteration of the regs.
So we'll be doing that. We'll be meeting with all of you and talking through where we are with that. It does require some CEQA, which is why there's a longer time frame there. And we have talked to a number of the stakeholders to develop our initial proposal for those. And then there'll be the formal release of the proposal, and then we'll have meetings to get feedback on that. So we'll be doing iterative stakeholder engagement.
You did a good job of the iterative engagement all the way through, even on short notice. Yeah, I have some thoughts about it, but I'm sure everybody else does as well. On the updates just on water production, I would like to still have regular updates because we're moving through this process and moving through the long-term process, open to it not necessarily being every month, but also happy to have it be every month. When it comes to the production numbers, because so much has been lifted and we're not in a compliance situation anymore, you know, we didn't do a press release on the numbers this month, and the question is just whether, as long as you're going to do a report, you might as well report it, or we just post it and that's the end of story. I'm sort of open to suggestion from everyone.
I actually had a comment on that.
Yeah, please.
I just think that, you know, with the summer months coming up and water use expected to go up anyway, this is something that maybe not necessarily just us to keep an eye on the ball, but getting information out to the public. So whether...
Know what's happening?
Yeah, I don't know that everyone tunes into these updates necessarily, but getting the press releases out, and then I think local suppliers, that maybe creates a little bit of a culture where local suppliers get that information out as well. I know in my region, I see that the water suppliers are providing press reports of, you know, their production from the last month, tracking how they did in previous years. So just some way to kind of keep folks on this.
I echo that sentiment. Thanks, Board Member Diadamo. I believe a great deal of value has come from the monthly check-ins, and it's not, again, that people are checking into our meeting, but we're getting asked these questions, and we're providing the information, and we're seeing it disseminated broadly. And I believe that information has had a positive impact on folks' choices and behaviors down to the individual level. But like you say, our partners at the local level are using the information. It creates that context. And it was part of my belief that it made sense to extend the emergency regulation earlier this year to maintain the focus on this performance that A, people care about, B, influences people's choices in water use. And so however the forum is set up, I think it's healthy for us to keep an eye on it as we move out of a drought emergency into you know, more of a day-to-day relationship with water, and to be able to prove up on a monthly basis how our relationship has changed and become more healthy in this state.
And we just see where we are. It is what it is. I mean, wouldn't you miss us if you didn't come every month?
I'll find other reasons to get
Yeah.
up here. Yeah.
Yeah, my feelings are hurt. I think, yeah, I mean, I think what I'm hearing is maybe we should just keep doing monthly for now and then to see how it goes. I mean, it's just us until summer's over. So we see what happens. It is actually the $64,000 question, so I suppose other people would want to see too. I don't know what it means, but it'll be interesting to see. All right.
All right.
There you go. Do we have any speakers?
Oh, we're not quite done.
All right. Oh, I didn't turn the page. Sorry.
That's all right.
Oh, there you go. And there's another reason.
Right, and there's another reason, because we may have ended the emergency period, but we're still working on a set of long-term initiatives and goals as directed by the governor to make conservation in California a way of life. And so there was a report that was released that was put together by 5 agencies, including the Water Board, Department of Water Resources, and others. That's out, and concurrent with that, a trailer bill was released for implementing some of the proposals in that report, and there are links on the slide to both those documents. It's also been a busy season so far in the legislature on water conservation and long-term planning. There are multiple bills. In fact, there were 8 bills heard in the Assembly's Water Parks and Wildlife Committee last week, dealing with everything from standard setting to planning, urban water management plans, ag water management plans, recycled water, and a number of other issues. So we're tracking that, and as I said, there is a trailer bill, so that's the official position of the administration in terms of how to implement this. And then finally, I just wanted to end on, why are we doing this? And just to reinforce that we're not just doing water conservation for the hell of it. That we have real challenges as a state in terms of balancing all of the needs for water from our urban areas to our environment to our ag sector. And those challenges are getting greater as the temperature warms, and all of those things you see listed up there on the slide are coming at us. This is not a future issue, this is a now issue, and this is part of the reason why as a state we've been leading on climate change, both reducing greenhouse gas emissions and responding, building resilience, and that's something we're doing in the water sector as well. Just one thing I wanted to note that is new, it's the sub-bullet on sea level rise for this. There is a new report out. It's been getting a lot of attention for good reason from the State's Ocean Protection Council on sea level rise projections. The bad news is that Greenland in particular is melting more quickly than earlier projections had anticipated. And if the rate of that melting continues, we're going to be facing within 100 years up to 10 feet of sea level rise on the California coast with devastating impacts, which is all the more reason why from
10 feet in 10 years.
10 feet over 100 years.
Over 100 years. Whew.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not good either, but
No.
Yeah.
And so doing what we can on water conservation, builds resilience to all of these impacts, but also helps us try to minimize that sea level rise by reducing energy use associated with water use and reducing our carbon footprint. So this is important for multiple reasons. And it's not just a tagline. Conservation does need to be a California way of life, and we really need to make sure that we keep this momentum that we built during the drought over the long term and are really efficient with every drop. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for all the great work. All right. Moving on to item number 5.
Good morning, Chair Marcus, members of the board. Christopher Stevens, Supervising Engineer with Division of Financial Assistance, and I have Ann Hartridge here from the Office of Chief Counsel as well. So item 5 on your agenda today requests that the board approve clean water SRF financing for 4 projects submitted by the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. The PUC has requested that Clean Water SRF use the definitions of revenue and operation and maintenance costs from its existing bond documents rather than definitions that staff typically uses in Clean Water SRF agreements. This would allow the PUC to count both current year revenues as well as unexpended funds from the prior year when calculating net revenues for coverage and additional debt purposes. Although the bond documents require the PUC to set rates and charges so that net revenues are equal to or greater than 1.25 times annual debt service, it is possible that the PUC's net revenues, excluding those carryover funds, could be less than the Clean Water SRF's typical minimum requirement of 1.1 times annual debt coverage on a current year basis, and potentially even less than the combined O&M and debt service expenses in a given year. The PUC's method could also allow the PUC to take on an incrementally higher debt load affecting the security of its outstanding Clean Water SRF loans. The PUC believes that its approach in calculating net revenues poses no greater credit risk to the Clean Water SRF because it would be required in either case to maintain adequate funds for debt service and raise rates if necessary. Including the previous year's unexpended funds gives the PUC greater flexibility with managing rates and making debt payments. The PUC has a proven track record of successfully financing large capital programs with bonds and other debts, including past use of the Clean Water SRF program. Both the wastewater and water enterprises are rated AA by the 3 national rating agencies. The PUC serves a strong and diverse economic area, and these agreements, if executed, would be favorable additions to the Clean Water SRF's loan portfolio. The PUC has comprehensive financial planning policies and practices designed to maintain its finances and bond ratings at or above levels equivalent to highly rated utilities. They are also designed to make all debt payments, conduct maintenance and repair activities, and establish appropriate reserves. The PUC also has a history of raising rates to meet obligations and strong liquidity and coverage histories. The PUC has agreed as a condition of the financing that it will provide the division with notice whenever it anticipates that its net revenues on a current year basis will be less than 1.1 times annual debt service, and has agreed to providing additional information regarding its fiscal condition and any corrective actions it intends to take to maintain its enterprises in good repair and meet all debt service obligations, including raising rates if necessary. And my understanding is that the staff of the PUC does an update for the PUC, the Commission, on a quarterly basis, so that is a regular part of their process. In addition, due to the length of time the division and the PUC has been working on the financing terms for these applications, the PUC also requested that eligibility for reimbursement of construction costs for these 4 projects be retroactive to August 1st of 2016. The division recommends that the board approve financing for the projects with the additional reporting requirements that I just mentioned, as well as making eligibility of construction costs retroactive to August 1st of last year. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and we also have Eric Sandler and Mr. Rich Morales from the PUC to answer any questions from their side as well.
Are there any questions? I'm assuming folks had briefings, but any questions or comments?
Just one quick question. So when it comes to the SFPUC and them falling below 1.1 insofar as net revenue for current year, do we know how many times they've fallen below that over the last 10 years, or have they ever fallen below 1.1?
I'll certainly let Mr. Sandler and Mr. Morales speak more to that. To my knowledge, they only had one situation where that happened here in the past couple of years on the water enterprise. Of course, because of the drought, people were conserving water, and so there was less revenue ultimately to that enterprise fund, and so they did fall below that 1.1. And in fact, I think they fell below the combined operation and maintenance costs and debt costs for that year. So they did draw on reserves for that year period.
Thank you.
Well, I appreciate all the work that you did on this, I think, and I appreciate your thought, having spent time with you, on the fact that um, we need to come up with a more transparent conversation about the varieties of challenges we have in terms of all of the demands on the fund. And I know we have that teed up for the intended use plan conversation and beyond, but I appreciate you being able to arrive at something that gives us the assurance we need in a relatively, narrow band of thought required to figure out how to do it compared to some of the other things that may be coming at us. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, well stated. And this is a complex decision, and I don't want to give it short shrift. In the briefings, there has been concern that you've expressed about the complexity of evaluating, these type of financial packages relative to our traditional SRF evaluations, and the staff workload that goes along with more innovative but effective financing schemes. They're still transparent, but it requires a little bit more effort for us going outside of the traditional SRF evaluation approach. The 1.1 ratio being one example of a benchmark. Do you want to expand on some of these challenges a little more? Because we're interested in encouraging innovation on the one hand, especially for the type of projects that are listed in this proposal and other proposals we expect from larger entities in the future that will stress our ability to process in a timely manner and an effective and transparent manner these proposals.
Yeah, sure.
We'll have a longer conversation
it'll
in the
be
intended
longer.
use plan. But.
Yeah, in the IUP, exactly. But I wanted to give you the opportunity because I know the last few months you've been working really hard at this to try to find the right answer here while managing expectations of folks throughout the state about our ability to make exceptions versus following the standard protocol.
Yeah, sure. A couple of thoughts related to that. As you say, there's a lot of work involved in trying to come to terms with these things, and I don't in any way want to suggest that what San Francisco PUC is doing is questionable in any way. Perfectly normal. The difference between the bond market and the Clean Water SRF program is that the bond market has a mechanism for dealing with these individualities of each borrower. And it's the pricing mechanism. So people who buy the bonds, who evaluate the bonds, the bankers that sell the bonds, they take all of these factors into consideration, and then at the end of the day, they say, okay, well, you want to do it this way, or we're going to charge you a little bit more for that, or we're going to charge you a little bit less. And the Clean Water SRF is hamstrung in the way that it's structured. It doesn't have that pricing mechanism. So we have to find other ways to deal with that, and it is an awkward and cumbersome process. You've certainly touched on the high demand in the program. In the future, I think two key things that we have to address is, okay, what is the financing level that the program can provide? We can go out and leverage, but what is the appropriate amount of leveraging? What is a prudent amount? What is the board feel comfortable with, in running the program? And then you match that up with, okay, that's going to be a limitation at some point. I've got way more applications than I can finance, even if the program was fully leveraged. So right now, we don't really have an effective prioritization system. And that's two things that I want to work on over the next year. And so when we get to next year's IUP, my goal is to have those things in place and to be able to make better decisions here. And then if there are applications that require these additional efforts, we can work that into the system, and on whatever short list we come up with, we can factor that into that process so that people can, at the end of the day, one of the other factors that's really difficult at this point, I know from the applicant's point of view, is it's very unpredictable as to whether they're going to get financing. And I don't like running the program that way. I want it to be as predictable as it can be. It certainly can be more predictable. And I think those are things that we need to work on over the next year.
That's great. And that excellent answer to the question. And it recognizes there is a balancing that will be performed about, and you mentioned the word priorities. You know, as a board, we're going to discuss and work with you on the IUP now that it's more of a limited situation than before it was in a growth situation only 4 years ago. And at that, in recognizing limitations, the priorities can still allow some innovative financing as part of the overall menu of that predictable workload, you know, in the coming 5-10 years. So just that gives folks hope that, you know, we're not going to recede back into the turtle. The turtle isn't going back into the shell and saying, you know, we're just going to only do the traditional approach. We're going to continue to grow with the way the markets are growing and how infrastructure demands are out there and how our integrated water vision can move forward in the financing.
I just want to caution the board that we talked a number of times about the IUP. This year's IUP isn't going to have that prioritization scheme because it's going to take us a while working with you all to do that, and it's envisioned for a year from now. And so I didn't want you to be expecting it in the next month when the IUP comes out, because it won't be there.
All right, well, let's talk about that. All right. Mr. Sandler, you're if necessary. I'm not sensing the necessary, but if you want to, please feel free.
Chair Marcus, board members, Eric Sandler, CFO of the San Francisco PUC. I just want to express support for the staff recommendation and appreciation for your staff's hard work in moving this forward.
Do I have a motion?
Move adoption of item 5.
Second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Carries. Thank you. Thanks for the work. I know you guys did a lot of work on both sides to come up with something that you could sleep with. So.
Yeah, thanks for everybody's efforts. Very important.
All right. With that, we will take a break until 11 o'clock when we will meet on item number 6. I do suggest that you may want to get some sort of protein or snack because I'll go for a late, I anticipate a lively discussion. We may want to take the quick lunch break just to even think about what we've heard and make any suggestions unless we finish it in a couple hours. All right. All right, good afternoon. We are back from our break. It's 11:02, and we're moving on to item number 6. Take it away, team.
Good morning, Chair
Morning.
Marcus, members of the board. I'm Karen Larson, Deputy Director of the Division of Water Quality here at the State Board. I am only going to tee up this item. We've got here with me the Mercury and Beneficial Uses team, Stacy Gillespie from our Office of Chief Counsel, Phil Crater, Assistant Deputy Director, Division of Water Quality, and leading our presentation today is Rick Rasmussen, our Chief of our Freshwater and Ocean Standards section in DWQ. So with that, I'll hand it over to Rick.
Thank you, Karen. Good morning. It's working, yay. Just so a quick agenda, we'll do a brief background. We're not going to go into a lot of details to allow time for people to make comments more than anything else.
Some of them just have one line.
Yeah, and part of the gazillion slides you might have seen are include back pocket ones in case it's helpful to answer questions. So it's not as bad as it might look from the package. So we'll go over some brief background, then we'll discuss some of the prevailing comments and how some changes were made, and then go into discussion at that point. So again, this action would establish definitions for 3 new beneficial uses. It would establish 5 water quality objectives and a program of implementation. So the beneficial uses that we've been working on include a definition for tribal tradition and cultural beneficial use, tribal subsistence fishing, and subsistence fishing. The water quality objectives are really can almost be thought of as a tiered set of water quality objectives. There is the sports fish water quality objective, which is designed to protect the commercial and sports fishing beneficial use. It also protects most wildlife as long as there are what we call trophic level 4 fish in the water body. So if it's a bass-dominated water body, that objective will also protect wildlife. In addition, for protecting wildlife, we have a prey fish objective, which is a smaller fish objective that would be needed to be measured only in water bodies where the higher trophic level fish are not present. And then finally, for wildlife, we have the California least tern prey fish objective. That's a very small fish objective, less than 2 inches, which would only apply for California least tern habitat, and that those specific water bodies are actually listed. So for wildlife, you can think of, we have 2-inch fish for the little guys that eat little fish, and then 2 to 6-inch fish that would be measured only where the higher trophic level is not present, and then the sports fish objective where things like bass are present, which is 6 to 20 inches. So that's the wildlife suite. In addition, we have a narrative objective for subsistence fishing because of the variability that we've seen in the studies we've been able to find for California, and then a numeric tribal subsistence fishing objective, which is based on 70% trophic level 3 fish, so trout and salmon, and 30% trophic level 4. So since this is a water quality control plan amendment, it does include an implementation section. So the objectives would be implemented through our standard suite of programs, MPDS permits for traditional point sources, potentially Clean Water Act Section 401 water quality certification, waste discharge requirements, waivers, the usual suite. Generally, these objectives would not supersede site-specific objectives, whether they're ones that are on the books now or ones that would be adopted in the future. And it would not apply where a Mercury TMDL applies. So we do have specific requirements for non-stormwater dischargers, so the traditional point source dischargers. There's probably a little more specificity in those requirements than in the others, mainly because since we're proposing fish tissue numbers, we needed to provide a translator because most point sources don't discharge fish. So we needed a translator. So we have the translator mechanism so that our traditional methodology for determining reasonable potential and setting effluent limits would work without leaving the point source permit folks sort of just in the breeze trying to figure out how to do this.
So I'm having trouble like thinking about fish coming out of discharge. Right?
Exactly. And for stormwater discharges, one of the things we had peer reviewed is the fact that mercury binds really well to sediment, and so really it's existing sediment controls and stormwater plus some pollution prevention would handle stormwater issues. Mine site remediation, we already have a program to do that. Non-point source discharges, dredging, wetlands. For those, we primarily affirmed our existing authority to put requirements on things, and again, the primary focus from the peer review was sediment control. So some recent activity, I won't go back to 2012, 2013 for you all. We did release this the whole set of amendments plus its supporting documentation in January. We had a written comment period that ended February 17th. During that comment period, we had 2 staff workshops and then an oral hearing before you all on February 7th, which gets us to today. We had 69 timely comment letters. Based on those, we revised some of the draft provisions and staff report and the environmental documentation. That was published to our website and our LIRIS lists on April 21st. And then also based on some late discussions with folks, we did issue a change sheet last night. So to go through the comments briefly, these are sort of the prevailing comments that we made some changes to help address. Again, prevailing comment on a number of them is that we should delay this action and have additional stakeholder interactions before we adopt, or bifurcate the project and only do the wildlife objectives. The current project includes all of this, has been in movement since 2012, 2013, although we had what amounts to sort of the standard comment period, and it feels fairly compressed. We have been out before the public with over 22 stakeholder meetings since 2012 and have been talking about beneficial uses and the objectives since then. Additionally, if the state does not take action on the wildlife objectives, US EPA will be forced to take action by June 30th to propose objectives for us, which we would rather not have.
I suspect they would rather not have to.
They would definitely rather not have to. We are working with them to make sure that we can move this along with alacrity as well. The other comment is that designating new beneficial uses will require resources to implement and result in high cost to dischargers without providing any real benefit to the environment. There is a concern that if the new designations, particularly for the subsistence uses occur, which could lead to more stringent water quality objectives due to assumptions of higher fish consumption rates relative to the commercial and sports fishing, then the regional boards would have to develop new TMDLs or reopen existing TMDLs. And that would cause dischargers to have new or lower limits in their permits, and that these limits could be unachievable. To address this concern, the provision was modified to allow regional boards to rely on the underlying assumptions in existing TMDLs that have been adopted to attain the commercial and sports fishing use, the wildlife habitat uses, and the rare uses, if those assumptions are still valid. And to surgically reopen those TMDLs to simply allow more time to attain newly designated uses while retaining the current waste load allocations and resulting effluent limitations. This surgical reopener could then be the basis for a new TMDL that would be required to ultimately attain newly designated uses. In addition, when designating the new uses, the regional boards have the discretion, and I would say have the encouragement, to develop site-specific objectives to account for variation in fish consumption rates, the form of the consumption, whether it's whole fish or fillet, for example, and the species consumed. We had some comments that the beneficial uses could be inappropriately used to compel flows to protect fish or aquatic habitat. The concern that particularly these uses would compel flow requirements in water quality control plans, water rights permits, our Federal Energy Regulatory Commission 401 certifications. In response to this concern, the provisions in adopting resolution were modified to state that the new beneficial uses are not intended to protect or enhance fish populations or aquatic habitat and will not be used for those purposes. There are, after all, other beneficial uses that should be used for those uses that are already on the books: cold water habitat, warm water habitat, spawning, migration, and so forth. The resolution includes recitals 11 and 12 and resolve 6 to make this clear. There was also some concern expressed that the provisions could inappropriately disincentivize wetland projects, our establishment of our restoration of wetland projects. To address this concern, the draft adopting resolution was developed and draft provisions were modified to include language recognizing that wetlands and wetland restoration projects provide valuable water quality, wildlife habitat, and flood control functions and should not be disincentivized solely due to mercury concerns. There was concern given that there was no guidance given to the regional boards specifically for designating new beneficial uses. The concern is that without guidance, regional boards may designate the new beneficial uses in situations where the beneficial use is not existing or attainable. To address this concern, the staff report was modified and the adopting resolution developed to include language clarifying that designation is discretionary and that regional boards should consider existing conditions when determining designations, including possible goal or future uses that are not currently attained. Regional boards do not have to designate beneficial uses where they are clearly unattainable. If reasonable, a regional board could determine that a beneficial use is a future use, and this should be informed by a past use or where it's stated as a desirable goal use for the state. Regional boards should develop site-specific objectives when designating the tribal subsistence or subsistence fishing uses to account, again, for site-specific patterns. There was concern about the implications of the potential translator for slow-moving waters on effluent limits. And again, there was concern that without guidance, regional boards would determine that water bodies such as the San Francisco Bay and Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta are slow-moving, for example, and require very low effluent limits for dischargers. To address this concern, the draft provisions were modified again to specify that, quote, slow-moving water bodies are stationary or relatively still water bodies that are expected to have higher potential to methylate as compared with flowing water bodies. The draft provision was also modified to add closed estuaries as an example of a slow-moving water body. So again, the key for slow-moving is where the chemistry of the water body is such that it has higher methylation rates. So we tried to clarify that. Again, part of the problem with providing complete guidance is our lovely naming conventions call things by names that might imply slow-moving when really the chemistry is not. So it's not a simple case of saying, well, sloughs are slow-moving. Right. Getting to the water column translators, people told us that the water column translators that were being proposed are inappropriate and that the use of bioaccumulation factors are not appropriate for California waters, and that site-specific studies would be more appropriate. To address this concern, the draft provisions were modified to clarify that site-specific bioaccumulation factors may be used when calculating effluents, and additionally that site-specific factors could use fish-based translators developed from linear regressions or other models. So while we do provide default translators for doing reasonable potential and effluent limit determination, we also allow the ability to do site-specific translation, including any model that they come up with that's peer-reviewed. Additionally, the provisions contain another way to calculate effluent limits from an existing TMDL rather than the C value. So again, TMDLs would trump the C values. There were comments that the allowance of dilution credits was too restrictive because they stated that they were not allowed where fish tissue objectives were exceeding in the receiving waters. To address this concern, the draft provisions were modified to allow consideration of dilution where the water body may be exceeding the objectives by looking not only at fish tissue levels, but also looking at other factors, including hydraulics and seasonal variation as well. There was a comment that the averaging period was unclear. It's stated as an annual average, so for assessing compliance. To address this concern, the draft provision was modified to clarify that the averaging period that will be used is a calendar year average and not a rolling average. There was a concern that this could have unreasonable and unintended impacts to flow-through dischargers, such as once-through cooling. To address this concern, the draft provisions were modified to include an exemption for flow-through dischargers. In addition, the provisions were modified to indicate that the intake water credit section of the SIP, section 1.4.4, is applicable as well. So it allows consideration of intake water credits. There was a concern that controlling non-stormwater point sources would not solve this problem of having mercury in the environment, and that sources such as aerial deposition and legacy loads should be more of the effort here. To address this concern, the draft adopting resolution was modified to include language directing state water board staff and encouraging regional water board staff to work with sister agencies to develop effective strategies to address the legacy sources of mercury where it's not directly under our control.
Some of it is, though.
Yeah. There was a desire for a greater emphasis on public education, outreach, and risk reduction. To address this concern, the adopting resolution was modified to include language encouraging the state water board and regional water board staffs to work with relevant stakeholders such as representatives of California Native American tribes, environmental justice organizations, discharges, and public health agency representatives when implementing the mercury water quality objectives in order to develop recommendations for appropriate risk reduction and communication strategies that could be utilized as an important component to protecting beneficial uses. And that's what I have. And so with that, we have, as I said, we did issue the revised provisions, and then a change sheet was circulated last night as well.
Taking a look at that, and it seems like you really tried to deal with a lot of the issues, not just everybody's fears, and some of them were fears, but also focused a bit. But let's listen to the public comment if people don't have, to see how people feel like you did.
That sounds good. Real quick clarifying question for earlier in the presentation. Because in the resolution you mentioned several TMDLs that have been adopted by the regional boards. But in your presentation, you said this would not supersede a site-specific objective.
That is correct.
For mercury. Do you have any examples of site-specific objectives for mercury in the state that are already adopted, just as for example?
Oh, for example, several suites. So the San Francisco Bay site-specific objective, the Delta Mercury site-specific objective, Clear Lake, Cache Creek, all those site-specific objectives, while they might look a little different than ours, are pretty much all designed with the same assumptions as the statewide. So it's generally 32 grams a day, so a meal a week. But because, for example, I believe it's the Delta objective looked at a mixed creel survey, so they had, again, site-specific information that it wasn't all bass people were eating out of the Delta, so they're applying the objective to a mixed bag, as we call it, of fish. And so the number looks a little different, but it's the same assumptions.
The same methodology, systematic approach.
Yes.
And interestingly, all those examples you just gave me, they track exactly with the TMDL projects.
Correct.
In other words, these TMDL projects weren't just loading. They addressed what the appropriate water quality objective should be in those settings. Those are in place, and this proposal before us does not supersede those existing objectives.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Marcus, if it's okay with the board, I would suggest that it may be useful to read through the summary of changes quickly before we open it up to comments.
I think that would be a good idea. Thank you.
So I would like to address that, and I'm wondering if they could be put up on the screen. Thank you.
Because we have the change sheet, and then we have a number of other documents that came in later, so I'm a little confused. And, oh, I have a question, but I'll let her.
So Janine, the change that we would be talking about right now is the change sheet that went out last night. We should have been more clear.
By the way, it's Franz Pivy Weber's birthday. Just announce that for all concerned.
Okay, great, thank you. So to be talking through these changes that were distributed last night on this change sheet, they're about 4 pages long, so I'm going to walk through them. And they are changes to the regulatory language, or what we referred to as the provisions, and also additions to the adopting resolution. And all of the changes essentially clarify or restate the existing language or the intent. Just to orient folks with respect to this change sheet, there's a lot of different font and color. Everything that you see in
including all caps.
Everything that you see that's in red or regular black font is language that was previously distributed to the public. And so at issue with this change sheet is limited to that which is bolded, black, underline, or strike through. Can I scroll down or? Okay, so looking at the first one, thank you. Looking at the first one, this is a change to the provisions. I'll be walking through the provisions first. This bolded, underlined language simply adds clarifying language that the implementation chapter only applies to the discharges identified in the implementation chapter. Going to the next proposed change. This is the paragraph that's in the applicability section of the implementation chapter. And this is a paragraph that describes that a regional board may develop a new Mercury TMDL for one of the new beneficial uses, substantially based on an existing TMDL developed to protect calm, wild, or rare, and may simply ensure lengthen the compliance period. So that's this paragraph, and with the number of words that are changed in the first 2 sentences, that just clarifies existing intent. With respect to the second full added sentence, what that does is refer to the section in the implementation chapter where effluent limits are calculated utilizing the new TMDL, existing TMDL approach. And we heard from stakeholders that they wanted really clear reference with respect to the discussion of this approach and the actual calculation of the TMDL. So this change sheet actually includes 2 references in both parts, just so it's absolutely clear to the permit writer what should be evaluated at that time. Going to change 3, so this change here, it just simply clarifies that the requirements under the header, municipal wastewater and industrial discharges, in fact just pertains to those discharges. So going to change 4, the language added here, the couple of words, it simply corrects the words used in step 5 of the reasonable potential analysis. Going to change 5. So this section here in item 5, it does talk about the calculation of effluent limits, and there are 2 primary additions to this section, and the one essentially refers to and allows for the permitting authority to establish effluent limits pursuant to the intake water credit section of the SIP. That was already intended for, so we inserted language here to ensure that that's the case.
You know, on that point, just to give you a little breather, is this a case where we have existing requirements that are restated for clarity? In other words, if we didn't make this change, intake credits could still be used. We're just doing this as a way to focus the permit writer and the stakeholders in the process. But
well,
we don't have to restate it here.
This change actually is necessary to comport with the intent. And there was some ambiguity as to whether that off-ramp was allowed for. So we wanted to make it really clear that it's absolutely allowed for.
Oh, I appreciate that. You know, and that's a key distinction. You know,
yes.
If it's already in statute or in regulation, we don't always have to restate. In this case, you saw the clear need to do so.
Yes,
Thank you.
that's right.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. It does seem like a lot of places people were stating their hypothetical fears and you've tried to allay them. In this case, you needed to make the change.
That's true, and I'll cover a few more of those instances. And so the last added sentence kind of serves that point as well, and it provides a reference to the previous paragraph that we talked about where it discusses the existing TMDL and the new TMDL approach. So this is actually in the calculation of effluent limits section, and so they're both cross-referencing each other. Going to change 6, the existing language identified that the permit writer could provide a compliance schedule for the applicable discharges pursuant to the State Water Board's compliance schedule policy. Here is precisely where we heard stakeholders want additional language to identify exactly what is available under the compliance schedule rather than just referring to it and have it apply as a matter of course as it would. And so all of the first 2 sentences that are added essentially summarizes how the compliance schedule would work under the compliance schedule policy. And the primary point here is that the compliance schedule duration can be up to 10 years in accordance with what's allowed and the conditions and requirements that have to be met under the compliance schedule policy. One correction for the record that I would like to address is in the second sentence towards the end that starts with if a compliance schedule is authorized. So moving forward, if a compliance schedule is authorized in a permit, interim requirements, and final effluent limitations, that word should be plural. So I just wanted to make that correction for the record. And that those shall be included. If they're included, they should be done in accordance with the compliance schedule policy. Now, with respect to the last added language, what needs to be made clear here is that the new approach to calculate effluent limits for the scenario when an existing TMDL is utilized to develop the interim effluents while the new TMDL is being developed, we have a compliance schedule in the provisions that is different from the compliance schedule policy. And so adding the language may also include requirements. This is to clarify that those requirements for that compliance schedule is different than what is in the compliance schedule policy. So we wanted to make that clear. Okay, so that sums up the changes for the provisions. I'll move next to the changes for the resolution. This first proposed change for the resolution, aside from correcting typographical errors.
Sorry, Stacy, before moving to the resolution, if you could go back to change 6. The section that to which this refer, as I understand it, is not limited to just existing Mercury TMDLs, or is it?
With respect to the last sentence, is that what you're referencing? That references the section that identifies the approach that permit writers can calculate effluent limits based on the existing TMDL while they develop a new TMDL. And in that section, it identifies that the interim limits may be based on the existing TMDL for 10 years from the time in which they were first included in the permit. And that's the distinction between that schedule allowed in that provision versus the schedule that's allowed in the compliance schedule, which is 10 years from the adoption of a water quality objective or a revision or new interpretation thereof. So that's why the language, say, may also include requirements consistent with those requirements, because we're creating new requirements that are
applicable to the existing TMDLs.
That's correct.
So for instances where new TMDLs might be developed, the compliance schedule policy already allows for that compliance time frame of 10 years.
That's correct.
And actually, just quickly, since that the compliance schedule policy for a new TMDL could go beyond 10 years, because again, that compliance schedule policy, that compliance schedule provision within a new TMDL would be subject to EPA approval under Clean Water Act Section 303C as a water quality standards action. So that's one of the reasons we do TMDLs, is because we can have longer compliance schedules than the pre-authorized compliance schedule policy.
And I wanted to emphasize that because I think there may be some misunderstanding with some of the stakeholders because they were concerned that the compliance schedule may not be a tool available as new TMDLs are being developed.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me address that. There's a couple parts to that in response. And first and foremost, the implementation chapter makes very clear that it does not apply where a existing TMDL is established. So what that means is that in 3 years from now, if there's a new TMDL established and then the permit is opened and the permit writer is evaluating appropriate limits, this implementation chapter that we're proposing wouldn't apply. It would be based upon the assumptions and requirements of that TMDL that was established. So in the absence of the new TMDL already being in place, then what would occur is that the compliance schedule policy would be available to that discharger. If the discharger was unable to comply, then the regular application of the compliance schedule policy would apply to evaluate what's feasible, what length of time is necessary for remedial measures, and the usual approach would occur. And then indeed, if a TMDL is eventually adopted at some point in time, then those would be incorporated into the permit. Welcome. So I believe I was down on page 3 on item 2, addressing the language added to the resolution. And this new language, in essence, restates that the provisions provide that the 5 water quality objectives do not supersede site-specific water quality objectives. The second sentence comports with the language in the provision but clarifies that such site-specific objectives might be those that were already established or could be established after the effective date of the provisions. And so that just makes that abundantly clear that it's not superseding site-specific objectives even moving forward. And that allows for regional boards to, as is added in the last sentence, develop site-specific objectives that may be appropriate to account for potential variations in the fish consumption rate and the form of consumption and the species consumed. And so there are a couple places in the staff report and also in the provisions, and then additionally here, which very much acknowledges that might be the appropriate course for regional boards to take. Going to item 3. This paragraph in the resolution discusses the potential interaction between for wetland projects and dredging activities, and we just add that water quality is indeed an added benefit to wetlands and wetland restoration projects. Going to item 4 then, this just adds language identifying the dates in which those meetings were held. Scrolling down now, please, to item 5.
Those are just the latest meetings.
That's right.
Here's a meeting.
The resolution does incorporate the prior beneficial use resolution, which talks about the significant other meetings that were held. So number 5 adds a new recital that essentially reiterates almost verbatim the paragraph in the provisions that talks about the existing and new TMDL approach, and provides an acknowledgement from the State Water Board that it could be appropriate to do so. Item 6 to the resolution takes language essentially from the staff report, and it properly puts it here as well, that identifies that the State Water Board satisfied the Governor's Executive Order B1011 in engaging with tribes for a consultation on matters that affect them. And then finally, item 6 for the resolution, the added language here clarifies and specifies that indeed EPA does have approval authority over the compliance schedule that we previously talked about, that was created and added by the provisions for the existing and new TMDL approach. And that concludes the changes on the change sheet.
Board members, one important
For EPA. I saw EPA before, but now I know.
One, I think, important note on the change sheet that the change sheet brings to mind is that there's some fairly important context and direction in the resolution, and there's been a concern that years from now after adoption, the resolution will be lost and permit writers and regulatory authorities won't pay attention to it. And so we are planning to include as an appendix in the water quality control plan, the adopting resolution, so that information will be preserved for our future water board employees. Yes.
No tattoos required so far. Just to, all right. Okay. Anything else? I know you all did a lot of work on this. Well, why don't we go to the comments and see how folks felt you did on one side or the other. I think it may take a while. We're going to have 5 minutes each because it's a complex issue and we don't have a plethora of cards. We have a lot of them, so we'll be here for a while. We'll probably have to take a lunch break, but it won't be all day. If you have not submitted a card, though, and plan to speak, please submit it now. I don't get irritated that easily, but I do get irritated when a bunch come in at the end because then we're not, it's not fair to everybody in terms of assessing the time frames. Just a few is fine. Now is better. Don't want me irritated. Okay. And I have a couple of sets of folks who wanted to speak as panels, but I'm going to go ahead and take you in the order you came in rather than because everybody just wanted 5 minutes each anyway. And I know there are a couple people that need to leave early. So let me just do the first 3 in a row. Looking forward to hearing from you all. Unless you, I'm happy to, what do you think? I could do it either way.
Well, could I make a suggestion on the request for panels? If there's no objection, I mean, sometimes I feel like there's better flow if it's people that are doing presentations where maybe they've discussed it in advance. It might actually save time and allow us to better focus. If they're willing to, I understand people want to go early, but if those that requested a panel would be willing to go later so that it wouldn't interfere with anyone that wants to leave early.
Wait, so I'm not following.
I'm just saying if they're, I don't know who else is asking for a panel, but I find that sometimes when they come in with a request to participate in the panel, they're better organized and sometimes can make better use of our time, allow us to be better focused. So you're saying that you're not going to take the panels because some people need to leave early. So if
Well,
they're
no,
willing
they didn't
to,
ask to go first, so I'm just taking everybody in the order except for the person that asked to go early and the first person who got here.
oh, okay. So the panels will still be, maybe not necessarily a panel, but they'd be back to back.
Yeah, and I just have a few in between them. They're not back to back. I just have like 3 people in between them to break it up so folks can get home. I mean, if there are special requests, I'm happy to take them, but I'm assuming everybody can be here for the whole thing. Sometimes I agree with you. This time, I don't think necessarily that it will matter that much. I mean, we pretty much have folks who've been working with us all along. It's sort of the same sets of. So I have Randy Reck from Environmental Justice Coalition for Water, followed by Alan Lilly from the Northern California Water Association, and then I have a panel of municipal and industrial dischargers, and I'll name them when we get to them.
Good morning, Chair Marcus, board members. My name is Randy Reck.
5 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, and I'll be briefer than that, I imagine.
You said 2, but you know.
Yeah.
We love people who can do it in 2 minutes.
I try to be brief when
She's
possible. My name is Randy Reck. I'm with the Environmental Justice Coalition for Water. Thank you for having this proposal today and inviting public comment. I will just start out by saying thank you for not bifurcating the adoption of the beneficial uses from the Mercury objectives. EJCW feels that this really demonstrates the board's commitment to these impacted communities who are at times fighting to preserve their cultural ways of life and their reliance on fish for subsistence as both a reliable and a safe means of subsistence food. With this proposal, we think that there will be some real tangible impacts and through the implementation of the water quality objectives on some of these impacted communities. Finally, I just want to say that EJCW is committed to working with our partners, the affected communities, and staff, both at the regional and the state board, in identifying some of these affected water bodies and getting these beneficial uses designated on those water bodies. And further, through both the TMDL possible reopening process and the water quality control plan process of coming up with an effective program of implementation beyond what is proposed today. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lilly?
Yes, good morning, Chair Marcus, members of the board. My name is Alan Lilly, and I'm here today representing the Northern California Water Association, which, as you all know, is an association of virtually all of the water purveyors in the Sacramento Valley, and appears here often, usually by Mr. Guy, but he's asked me to appear today. I normally
have to give the gavel to her since you were appearing. But.
Okay, well, so hopefully she won't throw it at me. Normally I am here on water right matters, as several of you have acknowledged, but today I'm here to talk about the proposed beneficial uses, proposed new beneficial uses in the Inland Surface Water Plan. Our initial concern had been and somewhat still remains, that the proposed new beneficial uses would be construed more broadly than really was intended, and would go beyond the purposes of protecting the tribal and cultural uses, and could be expanded in implementation to apply to protections for fish populations and aquatic habitats. And we thought that was inappropriate because there already are several beneficial uses that are tailored to protect fish populations and aquatic habitats. So we submitted oral comments during the February 7th meeting and written comments after that. We proposed changes to the actual definitions. That proposal was rejected. We did have meetings with Mr. Crater and his colleagues at staff, which we appreciate very much. He attempted to reach consensus among various interested parties on the issues and the approach. Ultimately, consensus was not reached, and then staff took a different approach, which was the one that's been outlined today, which is to have qualifying language in the resolution, in the adopting resolution, clarifying that the purposes of these new beneficial uses are just for the purposes that were intended and would not be extended beyond that. That's not the approach we had asked for. We certainly had asked for and thought it was preferable to put the qualifying language in the beneficial uses or in the implementing language after that, but staff has decided to take a different approach, and we do appreciate Mr. Crater's clarification that the adopting resolution will be an appendix to the final inland surface water plan as amended. So with that, we will accept the staff's proposal and aren't going to try to make our argument any further or make any additional comments today. But thank you.
Thank you. All right. Here is the next panel. It'll be 4 people. Craig Johns, Adam Link, Debbie Webster, and Lisa Voigt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, and welcome to our new chairman, our board member, Mr. Esquivel, to the proceedings. I was sitting here thinking a moment ago that I believe it was Ms. Doduk's, one of her very first meeting was the Mercury TMDL from San Francisco. So I think there's something about trial by fire when it comes to Mercury, but welcome. My name is Craig Johns, and I'm here today on behalf of the Partnership for Sound Science and Environmental Policy, as well as my comments are going to be on behalf of the Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District. I would like to take a minute to say thank you to your staff, and particularly Phil Crater and Stacy Gillespie, as well as to all of you board members who've taken the time over the last several months to hear us, to meet with us, to work with us, to try to find resolution to some of the concerns that we have brought forth, and I think almost 100% from my perspective successfully addressed, at least those concerns from the folks that I represent. We do appreciate the changes that were made in the April 21 draft, as well as the change sheet changes that came through last night. We think they go a very, very long way towards resolving some of our more pressing issues and concerns, which allows me to limit my remaining comments to one simple ask. But before I bring up that language, I'd like to take just a minute or two to explain why we think it's needed. Could I have the next? Oh, I guess, can I do it? Which one am I clicking? Oops. There we go. This slide shows Water Code Section 13241. You read many comments from folks, including PSEP and Saviqua and BACWA and CASA and others, about the concern that the staff report and SED did not adequately consider the 13241 factors before establishing these water quality objectives. It's a big deal. I know you know why, but I'm going to just take a couple of minutes to explain a little bit more why, and hopefully propose a resolution to our concern on this last one. As you can see from the language of 13241, these are the factors that the regional boards have to consider before they go about deciding whether to impose new water quality objectives. And I direct your attention to the language that is in italicized red font there. the environmental characteristics of the water, as well as water quality conditions that can reasonably be achieved through coordinated efforts. So, in response to all the concerns that were raised, I pulled out this comment from the responses there. That goes to exactly what staff said about the compliance. And effectively what they said was that the staff report includes the consideration of those 13241 factors in sections 10.1.1 through 10.1.6 of the SED. In particularly as to the attainability of the water quality objectives, staff said that those are addressed in chapter 10.1.3 of the SED. So let's turn to what the staff report says about the 13241B analysis. This is an analysis of the environmental characteristics of the waters to which these water quality objectives are to apply. And what we find out, and that's the entirety of the analysis that goes into this particular factor. There's 174 words, including the title of the section, that are devoted to an analysis of the characteristics of the environmental characteristics of the waters to which these water quality objectives would apply. It also points out, as you can see from the red arrow, that they are otherwise considered in Appendix D. So when you turn to Appendix D and you do a word search, there's 27 pages, I believe, in Appendix D. And the only time that you see the word mercury that appears in this particular appendix, in this analysis, is in the footer for the appendix, for the pages that you see on the bottom there. So there's effectively no real analysis here of what those characteristics would be. Did I go the wrong way again? I apologize. Regarding the 13241C analysis, and this is really the heart of it, the obtainability of those water quality objectives when they're to be imposed by the regional boards, there is a grand total of 384 words, including the title of the section here, and that's the entirety right there. They're over a couple of pages, but I put them together so you can see this is the analysis that was done for the attainability. Now, to the credit of the staff, they've recognized that there are some infeasibility issues relative to trying to do this analysis for all the waters of the state, and we agree. We've said that all along. And ultimately what we'd like, so we think you all have a problem, but in the spirit of not just identifying a problem, a potential legal problem in terms of adopting a water quality objective without doing that kind of analysis, we thought we'd propose a potential resolution that you might consider. And that would be that you direct staff, if you agree with us, to add the language that you see at the bottom of this slide to Chapter 3D1 on page A4 of the regulatory language, Appendix A. And this language, you can read it in the slide there, and effectively all it does is require a regional board to go through this analysis before the water quality objectives that are set out in the water concentration numbers and so forth, before they become effective. This does no injustice to the recognition by the state board of these beneficial uses that they exist and have existed, which we have supported all along, and you've heard us testify to. And it doesn't do any injustice to the regional boards adopting these beneficial uses to the extent that they decide to do so. And it doesn't require the regional boards to do anything that they're not already required to do right now under the Water Code. So we respectfully suggest that this is a potential solution to what we think is a problem that you have.
So what does it add? If
The add is the blue underlined language.
the words, but if they're already going to do this, what does it add to add this language?
Well,
what do they not have to do? What does it limit? Just give me the real world. I can guess, but give me the real world implications, or is it just more comfort?
It's not more comfort, and we have high level of comfort relative to discharges or future permits and TMDLs related to waters that already have mercury TMDLs, San Francisco Bay, the Delta, and others that you've heard about. We are still concerned about discharges into waters that don't have TMDLs, mercury TMDLs. And what this would do is before those water quality objectives are put into permits on a permit by permit basis or otherwise, it does require the regional board to do this analysis that, frankly, the statute requires to be done. The state board staff report SED argues that it has been done. I tried to show that while it has been done to an extent, at least from some of our perspectives, it may not have been done to the extent that one might hope and expect for something as significant as imposition of these mercury water quality objectives. I appreciate the time and the allowance to go over a little bit there. I would be happy to try to answer any more questions if you have them. Before I walk away, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to my friend Elias Hoffman, who's in the audience, who's a German foreign exchange student that is with us this year, and unfortunately will have to leave in a few weeks, but he wanted to come and find out how American government works, so I thought that there was no better opportunity than today. Thank you very much.
I have a question.
All right.
First of all, thanks for your presentation, and you've attempted to make it easy to follow staff's thinking, so I think we need to hear from staff. But before doing that, I want to make sure I understand. If we could go to slide 2. So keeping in mind what you pointed out in Appendix D, that not much had been done that you could find, is it your assertion that staff needed to follow this approach in Appendix D? Had they been able to say that they had used a 13.241 analysis, analyzing all these factors?
For the entire state of California.
Yeah, I think that the staff does believe that they did an adequate job under 13.241, and my comments are not intended to be disparaging at all. I think that the staff did the best that they could under the circumstances, and they recognize that the ability to do this kind of an analysis that the regional boards do on a watershed or water body specific basis is impossible under the circumstances, particularly given the time frame with which or under which the staff was asked to get this thing resolved. So, so I think that they believe that they did it, and I think their motives are pure. We just suggest that, and by the way, I want to point out that this process doesn't require them, the regional boards, after doing this, to ultimately say these water quality objectives should not be imposed in our region, because this is basically a triage, a process that the regional boards go through. They could come into a regional board that has adopted the new beneficial uses, could decide that even though it costs $500 million per treatment plant to upgrade in order to meet some of these lower mercury water quality objectives, that's perfectly reasonable under whatever circumstances exist, 10 years, 5 years, 20 years from now. But at a minimum, we're asking that the regional boards, before the water quality objectives that are in this document now, before they go into effect, at a minimum, that the regional boards be asked to go through this process. They have to do it when they adopt their own water quality objectives. We think that it's reasonable to do so with these as well.
Okay. I think I follow now.
Thank you for the opportunity to expand on that.
Well, maybe we wait for the whole panel to be finished before.
Yeah, this is the kind of issue we may
yeah.
want to come back to after we've heard from everyone, but whatever you prefer. Mr. Link, followed by Ms. Webster, followed by Ms. Voigt.
Yes, good morning. Adam Link on...
You're so early.
I'm sorry?
You're one of the people who was here really early.
Oh, yeah. I'm just interested in the process. You know?
I know.
Take it all in.
It's because it's how America works.
Exactly, right? Adam Link on behalf of the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. I first want to echo Craig's comments and thanking staff, and particularly Stacy and Phil, for working with us over the last few months and the last few weeks. They've really gotten deep into the weeds on a lot of these issues and sort of a lot of if-then discussions, and I think that's really helped. And going through that process has allowed us to get a lot more comfortable with a lot of the issues that we'd originally presented, and I think narrowed it down quite a bit. And I think probably the biggest example of that is the language surrounding what to be done where there are existing TMDLs. And I think that we're kind of very satisfied with what's going on there, and we appreciate all the effort on that. But the most significant remaining issue from our perspective is how the dischargers in areas that are not covered by an existing TMDL will be treated if the new beneficial uses of subsistence or tribal subsistence are adopted. And I think maybe it would help to walk through the scenario specifically that we'd be concerned about, to give you an example. So our concern is that a regional board in a water body that is not subject to an existing mercury TMDL could adopt the subsistence or tribal subsistence beneficial use, and then using the default numbers that are in the Mercury provisions and the staff report of 4 and 1 sort of automatically impose those as opposed to going through a particular process for doing that, and those would end up with the permits. And I think, as we've discussed, in a lot of different cases that impose unachievable limits and typically what are insignificant sources in a particular watershed and result in not necessarily the kinds of gains in water quality or fish tissue that would be tangible or measurable alongside all of the costs that would be imposed to meet those new limits. And so in that vein, we do support the language that Craig had up on the screen and that PSEP suggested as it relates to analysis of the 13241 factors. But I also think there are additional changes that need to be made. And I think I have, I don't know if I can scroll through here. Yes, so this is just below, it's on section A13 and A14 of the regulatory language. And I think there's a lot of text there, but really it just mirrors the language directly above related to how those under existing TMDLs are treated, but for those who are not under an existing TMDL. And essentially states that for those discharges that aren't covered by a TMDL, the regional board may provide an interim performance-based mass limitation if it meets specified criteria. So there's a lot of text there, but the vast majority of it is nearly identical to the text above related to existing TMDLs, except for the fact that it covers those who are not covered by existing TMDLs. And I think this is sort of an equity gap between the policies where we've decided that, you know, we're treating those that are operating under existing TMDLs a certain way, but those who are not get into this compliance jeopardy scenario fairly quickly under this analysis. So again, Debbie Webster is going to follow me on behalf of SWRCB, and she's going to provide some very concrete examples of how this might happen and how certain specific dischargers may be affected and why this language might be necessary. I know that was important in meeting with staff and board members to have those kind of concrete examples of who would be in jeopardy and why that's needed. And so she's going to provide a little bit of that and also some sort of matching language that's needed on a slide there. So this is really our one request. Like as Craig said, I mean, we're very happy with the process that we went through with staff, and we got the vast majority of our issues resolved. Really the one thing that remains is this: how do we treat those who are not covered by an existing TMDL, but for whom, if these beneficial uses are adopted, will be automatically subject to this kind of compliance jeopardy using the default numbers that are in the existing policy. So this change addresses that scenario along with the change that PSEP suggested. I'm happy to answer any questions, or I may defer to those others on the panel if it's more specific.
If people, why don't we just keep going? Because I suspect we'll get a list of these after hearing from everybody, and we'll want to have a little time to think about it or ask questions then.
Thank you.
Webster, followed by Ms. Voigt, followed by Ashley Desai from Larry Walker Associates.
Thank you, Chair Marcus and board members. My name is Debbie Webster. I'm with the Central Valley Clean Water Association. And I, again, would like to thank staff for the specific comment or changes that they've made in response to some of the issues that we've brought up, and also really to support the language that both Craig Johns provided and that Adam Link provided. Those all go together towards making this a more reasonable and appropriate policy. I'm going to focus again on the POTWs that are not covered by an existing TMDL. You know, there's been some significant changes for those that are covered by a TMDL. SWRCB is a nonprofit organization of POTWs in the Central Valley. We're point sources. But if you look on would look on table 3 and on page R22 of the policy, it identifies that 147 POTWs in California are impacted by this TMDL. 56% of those are in the Central Valley. There's 82 POTWs that have NPDES permits in the Central Valley, but only 15 of them are covered by a TMDL at this point. And we do have an existing
TMDLs. The rest of them, some of them are on 3D listed water bodies. Some of them are not even on listed water bodies. So how that falls out, we're kind of uncertain. But really, the language that's been going has been towards existing TMDLs, and again, where you can show that there is pretty much the same assumptions. And we're a little concerned about that same assumption language. I think if it is as simple as staff explains it orally, it might be as simple as implementing that. But when you say, hey, the assumption was because they ate this many fish versus another amount of fish, that could throw the assumptions off and how that was interpreted. But going on, table N6 and N7 of the staff report said that they evaluated the effluent data from 122 POTWs, and then in table N7, it says that 39 of those would not be able to comply with a 4 nanogram per liter annual limit, which is how the fish tissue is being put towards or implemented for point sources, if it's designated. And that would be regardless of whether or not an existing or future TMDL would be put under there. And I want to point you, well, actually, let me tell you out of a table which only looked at 32 of those. Those would include communities such as Anderson, Auburn, El Dorado Irrigation Districts, their Deer Creek Treatment Plant, Turlock, Quincy, Chico, Yuba City, Linda, Clovis, Atwater, Mariposa, Colfax, and Cottonwood. And again, only about half of the POTWs in the Central Valley were even listed in that table, so that would be implemented by this. And so really, most of these treatment plants that I just mentioned already have very high levels of treatment because that's what we have in the Central Valley. And so we really want to make sure that we're not going to get into a case of jeopardy that's unintended, and it has been told to us through conversations with you and with staff that that's not what the intention was. So up on the screen right now, you'll see one of the places that this really becomes a problem and where we really think that this language needs to be eliminated. In that bottom line, that strikeout, it basically says is, hey, if you have a TMD, if especially looking in the future, if you have a TMDL in the future, or you calculate limits using this biocumulative factor, you've got to pick the more stringent. Now, TMDLs are out there in order to look at a holistic approach to resolving water quality issues. And so this basically directs that would supersede, and you would have to have those limitations put in your permit if they were more stringent than you would develop through a TMDL. And so the language that was proposed by Adam Link with this together would provide an opportunity to look more holistically in setting effluent limits based upon a source analysis. You would be able to look in the future to cover those POTWs that currently are not under a TMDL. I think these changes would significantly remedy the unintended consequences. I will tell you that in listening, I have some concerns that even with the site-specific objective language, that it requires BAFs, biocumulative factors. You know, if you look at our comment letters, those are not required. EPA cautions against them in their guidance language and says that you can go straight towards a waste load allocation method, and that's what we are suggesting. So I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you before you, and so thank you.
On this one, I just have a question. I know we'll come back to the other language after we've heard to everybody, but just to say, what does that last sentence mean?
What that last sentence is meant to apply to is places where, for example, a concrete example, San Francisco Bay Mercury TMDL was adopted and provided a load allocation to the Central Valley. It did not provide any specific waste load allocations to individual facilities there. It just said, hey, Central Valley, a big hunk of the problem is coming down from you, and when you adopt your TMDL in the Delta, at that magic boundary between Region 5 and Region 2, this is the load we are designing our TMDL to meet. So it's the idea that it doesn't say that, it's meant to say that any TMDL that says, oh, well, there's this upstream thing we're going to deal with later, but there's no specific waste load allocations. So the waste load allocation the load allocation is not designed to meet the upstream water quality. It's meant to meet the downstream, that you may have to still apply the objectives upstream, unless you have a TMDL in place for upstream as well. Again, it's for a TMDL, so we've had several TMDLs and some contemplated TMDLs, such as the Reservoir Program TMDL that's in development, that anticipates looking at meeting a downstream water quality objective and is not designed to meet the upstream water quality, but is assuming an upstream load coming into them.
That's interesting, because so then how does this language do that?
So what it would say is if the load allocation, this came out of our work with the Reservoir Program primarily. So if the Reservoir Program established waste load allocations for the few upstream dischargers that eventually get down to the reservoir, they need to do those actions, but those actions may not be protective of the water body that they actually discharge into. And so in that case, you would need to protect the body you discharge into as well as the downstream water body.
That makes sense.
So that's what the intent is to cover.
That makes sense, but it's not clear from the language.
Yeah.
You know, that was proposed to be struck. There's nothing about upstream or downstream.
It's the whole paragraph. So you have to read the whole paragraph, not just the last sentence.
Okay.
Ms. Webster, sure.
Yeah, if that was the case, I would suggest that be moved out of the NPDES permitting how you're going to permit a point source section, which it's referring to, because it does refer to the reasonable potential and the calculation of effluent limits, and that doesn't sound like that's appropriate. So there sounds like there's a disconnect, and it might help to discuss with staff if we end up having a break.
Okay, there we go. Let's move. That concludes the panel. We'll move to, there's one more. Oh, you're right. There is one more. Sorry, my apologies, Ms. Voigt. Ms. Voigt will close out the panel for SAC Regional Sanitation, and then we will go, then I said I would move to Ms. Desai, but I want Mr. Longley, you're in the list, and out of courtesy to the regional board, I'm happy to hear you earlier. You wanted a little more time, and you're near the end. You may want to be near the end. Okay, no, that's fine. Thanks. I just wanted to give you the option.
So good afternoon, Lisa Voigt with Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District, and we own and operate the Sacramento Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant. We're addressed in the provisions as a discharger, and we've been engaged in the development of the statewide mercury program and the beneficial use language. But we're also a stakeholder in the Sacramento River, San Joaquin River Delta Mercury TMDL, and we've been involved for several years in its implementation. I want to say I don't have proposed language changes today, just high-level comments, mostly in support. But our groups, CASA, Civiqua, BACWA, Craig Johns, we work together and we've worked very, very hard, and with your staff as well, to come up with last-minute changes that we feel are very important. And generally, we'll support each other's comments, although we don't all bring them up simultaneously or repetitively. So as I understand it, Craig Johns' comments are supported by others, including CASA, Civiqua, BACWA, and also potentially, according to Craig, by Region 2 and Region 5 Water Board, but they could speak to that. So Craig felt that was important to state as well. We're very appreciative that the State Water Board and staff have listened to us, and you guys have incorporated last-minute changes that we feel are very, very important to help implement what we hope is a successful program. We have a long way to go. In particular, we support recognition of existing mercury TMDLs, because we feel that significant progress has been made in these TMDLs related to studies that are area-specific, evaluation of waste load allocation, and most importantly, accounting for all mercury sources. TMDLs are area-specific and use-specific, and while these programs do take substantially more time, they result in a better coordination and understanding of specific sources and control options for those areas. So the preference is for TMDLs. Regional SAN supports the comments of CASA and Civiqua and comments made by Craig Johns, especially related to the TMDL preference, and also related to the importance of avoiding unintended consequences consequences, which I feel your staff has done an exceptional job of getting last-minute language into these provisions. We'd like to avoid consequences, as we've mentioned before in these workshops, such as very expensive facility upgrades, for instance, to wastewater treatment plants that typically or oftentimes won't result in measurable or meaningful improvements to water quality. And we'd like that to be a resounding theme and something that we think about in the implementation phase. The hope of many of the stakeholders that have spoken in the previous workshops is that we address the significant sources of mercury and other contaminants if those are going to be addressed. We recommend that the state and regional water boards holistically and effectively look toward solutions that address the water quality impairments, and that has to include a plan to reduce the loads that come from the large sources of mercury and other contaminants, which are often legacy sources. Without those actions, significant load reductions are unlikely, and you want a successful program, so those sources have to be addressed. Finally, the State Water Board should continue to actively engage stakeholders in this complex program. It's going to be a long, long, long program. We'd like for you guys to commit to leaving the door open for future stakeholder involvement and solicit feedback from the stakeholders during the implementation phase. We recommend a commitment from the water boards, both the state water boards and regional water boards, to the commitment to resolve the programmatic issues that we know are going to arise, and a commitment to revisiting these issues in the future via maybe a workshop or some other forum with the stakeholders, and that would have to include the regional water board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have Ms. Desai, followed by Leslie DeBallion from San Diego County Water Authority, followed by Andrea Ventura from Clean Water Action.
Hi. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Ashley Desai. I'm from Larry Walker Associates, but I'm here representing the stakeholders implementing TMDLs in the Cayugas Creek watershed. We have a different issue, I think, for most of the other speakers here. It's very specific to that watershed, and it may seem like a small issue, but it's big to the folks down there. So just for a little background, the stakeholders developed 5 stakeholder-driven TMDLs for the Cayugas Creek watershed in conjunction with the regional board. I was actually one of the primary authors developing those TMDLs, one of which was a metals TMDL that included mercury. This TMDL is discussed pretty extensively in the mercury amendments and is actually called out as being one that potentially requires revisions. And so we were concerned about that. I know that the staff has made it very clear that the amendment does not specifically say this one needs to be, that any TMDLs need to be revised, but because this one has been called out, we wanted to talk through it because we feel that it's been mischaracterized a bit, and so that it doesn't really require revisions. So the stakeholders really have been working on TMDL implementation for the past decade and made significant progress. They actually have many of the impairments being removed, particularly for metals, including mercury, so we're almost there, and we're about 5 years ahead of schedule. And so they have a really good, because they were developed during through the stakeholder process, they have a really good understanding of the intention of the TMDLs. And so basically the staff report on page 39 specifically states that the only exception is the Cayugas Creek TMDL, and it says it's because it has effluent limitations for point source discharges based on the California Toxics Rule. But then it goes on to state that the TMDL does have fish tissue targets that are consistent with the amendments, which it does. But I think the big issue is that they said it does not include a load analysis. That was not the case. There was actually a model that was developed. It was done to characterize all of the sources. POTWs are actually a very minor source within the watershed. And that load analysis was done to make sure that we meet the fish tissue targets. We are moving towards meeting them. And so we basically were just simply asking for either this whole paragraph to be removed or at a minimum, the statement that says at the next 5-year review, the Los Angeles Regional Water Board should reevaluate the requirements and revise the effluent limitations if appropriate. So that is the major comment that we are requesting. So that's after page, it's just staff report changes after page table 3.3 on page 39. There are a few other sentences in the document that we feel are mischaracterized. So in Appendix N, it again noted that there wasn't a quantitative source analysis, which was, we feel, incorrect. And then on page 40, it also mentions that the TMDL should be potentially revised to revise the fish consumption number. So basically, I think these are, we know that the amendments don't require it, but because it is called out specifically, we think the LA Regional Board will potentially look at that, and we are concerned it was just mischaracterizations that led to that. So
thank you.
Appreciate your time.
No, thank you. Are those called out for a reason? You don't call out things all over.
They are called out as, we called out all the TMDLs basically that have adopted these are ones, for example, as she mentioned, were adopted for human health to implement the CTR number as the primary number at the time. And so, but also did include fish tissue. So it's just an acknowledgement that it did 17.5 grams a day instead of the 32 grams a day, which we're proposing. It doesn't say that they need to, it says it should just be evaluated during their 5-year review.
Oh, during whatever.
Yeah, so they've committed to a 5-year review program for that TMDL. I was just looking at the language again, and it just calls out that, to look at these things when you look at it. It doesn't require any revision.
Will you look at all the sites again?
Yeah.
And you can, because here you're multitasking.
Right.
Rebellion, I always say that wrong, my apologies, followed by Ms. Ventura. And then I have a panel, and I'll read them all when I get to them.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and members of the board. My name is Leslie DeBalian, and I am with the San Diego County Water Authority. We are a regional wholesale water provider in San Diego County with 24 retail member agencies serving 3.3 million residents. Surface water is very important to the region's water supplies and could be significantly impacted by the proposed mercury provisions. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today. We recognize the hard work by your staff on the staff report, and we also appreciate staff coordination with Aqua on these important issues. I have 2 specific recommendations to make to the provisions. One is based on new information, and the other is based on changes made to the provisions. I provide comments of the recommended changes to the clerk for ease of your consideration if you desire, and they are provided in highlighted yellow. First, I would like to enter into the record a new technical report from the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project, or SWRCB, entitled San Diego Bay Fish Consumption Study, which was released after the written comment period closed. We provided this report to your staff on April 11th, and the San Diego Water Board presented it to, the staff presented it to its board on April 12th. This is the most relevant data on fishing in San Diego County. I've also provided a link to the study report to the clerk as well.
Question, why would we, if the document says that site-specific happens, and the site-specific should rely obviously on the most reasonable, why call out what to do in one particular county when it's the same thing all regional boards should?
Well, so the current objective for tribal subsistence fishing is based on a 2014 study that didn't include anything in San Diego County. So we essentially know that what the state objective is based on didn't look at San Diego County, and this is really the best data that we have that's looking at what fish consumption is in San Diego.
The regional board can look at that. What the fish consumption study is just the default in the absence of.
Well, the way that I read it, it's written that the water board may rely on site-specific evidence. And so we are recommending that actually it be changed to say that they shall rely on site-specific evidence and then specifically identify the SWRCB report. Other reports are identified in the staff report, and so we would like this one to be included as well. And so specifically, I believe by providing a footnote, which would state in San Diego County, the tribal subsistence fishing water quality objective consumption rate shall be based on site-specific evidence, including the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project study, San Diego Bay Fish Consumption Study, Technical Report 976, March 2017. And this would be a footnote on page A6. And then the other recommendation that we have is in response to a substantive change proposed by staff to the provisions that added an additional exception to the reasonable potential analysis section. For clarity, we request that the provision specifically state on page A14 that the permitting authority is authorized to apply any exceptions allowed under the SIP. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Right. Ms. Ventura. And then I'm going to stop and do a time check. I'd like to keep going after that, if that's okay with folks for a little while. I'd like to get, if we could get, I think we can get through all the speakers and then take a break as we ponder it and staff looks at any direction we give, but I really want to hear from everybody first if we can in one shot.
Okay.
Oh, Ms. Ventura, thank you for all your time on this.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing us and your consideration over the years. I have a lot to cover in my 5 minutes, and so bear with me if I switch gears on different topics. But first, I did want to come back to the beneficial uses language. I want to thank Mr. Crater, first of all, for a very, well-managed meetings with various folks that wanted to discuss the language and the actual definitions after the last workshop. And as you heard, we did not come to any consensus. But because there was cause of concern on the board, I wanted to tell you why we did reject the idea of putting qualifiers in the actual definitions about what we were focused on. First of all, and I think I said this last time, the idea of invoking these beneficial uses for fishing purposes for other water quality things had never occurred to us until that workshop. And so, it was always clear to us that this was about human health and fish consumption and contaminated fish. We did read in the staff report, that there was a qualifier in there already that said this is focused on the health effects of eating these fish. We didn't object to that because that was our goal. And also because when we looked at, after the stakeholder process that had gone on for many years with various stakeholders providing input, I went back and reread the beneficial use for commercial and sports fishing, and it says includes the uses of water for commercial or recreation collection of fish, shellfish, or other organisms, including but not limited to uses involving organisms intended for human consumption or bait purposes. That's wide open for interpretation, that people could start invoking it for other water quality issues, and our beneficial uses did not have including but not limited to language in it. So, we're very clear that as far as subsistence fishing goes, we're looking at the health effects of that. And I wanted to respond to that because I know there was concern on the board about that. I also wanted to speak. We did have a very profitable meeting, actually more than one discussion with some of our wastewater dischargers, some of whom have spoken, came to some areas of agreement, some areas where we weren't in agreement, but also some areas for further discussion. So I really welcomed that. One of the things that I am glad to see, and I do approve of, is the language that says, look, this isn't, if we adopt these beneficial uses and a water body is, designated to support them, we're not necessarily going to open up and blow up a TMDL and change the permits, because I don't think that's necessarily where we're going to get the biggest bang for our buck anyway. I do want to say that having listened this morning, I'm kind of between a rock and a hard place because I do understand that many of our wastewater facilities are doing everything they can. We don't say we want to spend bazillions of dollars just to get a, really no meaningful change, okay? So totally get that argument. I'm a little concerned about adding the language about what's reasonable, and I'll be very blunt here. It's because when we worked on TMDLs in Region 2, in Region 5, we have heard that some of the things that we wanted, the protections, the ultimate goals, no matter how long it took, that we couldn't say that we could necessarily attain those goals. And I've said, and I've even heard US EPA say, you don't know what you can attain when you've got a 100-year TMDL. And so, I'm a little nervous about that language simply because, frankly, it has been used against us in the past to get goals. We are not saying we're going to achieve any of this tomorrow. So, I get the argument. I'm not trying to argue against them, but I do want to put that into your ear. One thing we do agree, however, with our wastewater discharge colleagues is that we need to get out of the framework of thinking only about point source permits. In the Mercury TMDL for San Francisco Bay, in the remand, there was actually a provision that said the state board would start bringing together federal and state agencies to look at issues like who actually controls mine situations, who's got jurisdiction over certain kinds of sources. I think those should be written into TMDLs. I think we need to look at state responsibility and federal responsibility in addition to our wastewater facilities or our stormwater agencies, et cetera. So, we need to start thinking big picture. One last comment. We want to see this move forward. I could not review the information that came from last night. I didn't see it until I walked in the room. But we do want to see these beneficial uses move forward. And we also want to see them incorporated into the reservoir TMDL program where appropriate. And I wanted to bring that up again because we're kind of late in the game in the development of that plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all of that. All right, now I got a bunch more cards, which I knew I would, so I think we won't get through all of the speakers before lunch, but I'll just keep checking your blood sugar, looking out there. When I get to certain speakers, if you want, in particular, I've got, just so you know, I have a panel, the next panel of 4, then I have 3 speakers, and then I start on like 4 in a row from Native American tribes, and I want to get to those before we break, and then we might be almost through. Why don't we just do a short bio break right now? 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and I'll 15. Let's do 15 now. Then maybe if people need sustenance, but then I might go till 1:30 before we break. And we'll just see how far we get. Okay, 15 minutes. That's fair. Sorry. Also for concentration. All right. Just check in with Carl to make sure you haven't usurped him, because if he wants to be after you, I'll let him go after you. But if he's okay, it's okay, because he's been here all day. And he's Carl. He's the board chair. All right. Sorry, I didn't mean that to be so loud. I was just trying to get people's attention. Okay. Next panel. We'll see how far we can get. I do appreciate all the time everyone has spent on this. I now have a panel of 4. I'm going to mention all 4, and I'll keep them in the order they were submitted. And then, so I'm starting again. It is 12:53. The next 4 speakers are Rebecca Franklin from the Association of California Water Agencies, Susan Paulson for Aqua, Jeremy Jungreis for San Diego, Vista, and Serrano, and Marilyn Coffey. Hi.
Hi. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and board members. My name is Rebecca Franklin with the Association of California Water Agencies, and ACWA appreciates the opportunity to provide comments on the proposed mercury objectives and water quality beneficial uses. We really appreciate all the work that staff's put into making revisions to this policy over the past few months, and also the willingness of board members and staff to meet with us in the last few weeks to talk about our remaining concerns. This policy that you're looking at today and considering adopting really does have a lot of improvements, as Rick mentioned, and it clarifies the intended use of sub, T-sub, and cultural beneficial uses to protect human health. It added language regarding compliance schedules and interim effluent limits for areas with existing mercury TMDLs, and also allows consideration of intake water credits as an exception to the reasonable potential analysis, which is important for water transfers. The change sheet also provides further helpful changes, and we appreciate staff's willingness to meet and develop that on a really tight timeline. As you know, it isn't only POTWs and industrial dischargers that are affected by the very stringent proposed effluent limits that would be established by this policy. Many water suppliers, particularly in Southern California, operate wastewater treatment plants to produce recycled and purified water. And these water suppliers will be required to bear substantial costs associated with treatment plant upgrades that'll be necessary in order to meet the proposed effluent limits. So we'll be hearing more from this, more from Dr. Susan Paulson on this regarding the technical considerations. In our recent meetings with board members and staff, though, we've dropped our focus on those concerns and really have been focusing on issues that are critical to conducting water supply operations. So we really appreciate that the change sheet addresses 2 of our key concerns, which were the applicability of the mercury water quality objectives to NPDES and WDR permits other than those industrial and POTW discharges, as well as the applicability of compliance schedules and interim effluent limits even before TMDLs are in place, which again, you'll hear from Dr. Paulson on why that's important in light of future TMDLs that are going to be developed. Those are really 2 critical changes, but we do have 2 remaining concerns. The first relates to the cultural beneficial uses potential impact on in-stream flows, which you're going to hear more about from Jeremy Jungreis. And the second is the potential need for guidance associated with designation of beneficial uses, which you're going to hear more about from Marilyn Coffey. So thanks again. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thanks. Paulson?
Hi. Excuse me. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, Madam Chair, members of the board. We first want to thank staff for working with people and making changes to the provisions. Of course, we're not going to focus on the changes that we like. We're going to focus on the things that are still there that we don't like. As detailed in our original comments and in the comments by many other speakers, one of the main concerns that we have is that point sources are small sources of mercury relative to other sources, non-point sources, legacy sources, et cetera. And therefore, there's a concern that controls on point sources won't be effective in reducing the concentrations of loads in the water bodies. We had recommended some alternative implementation measures that could be considered. And those could be regional solutions, they could be trading or offsets, they could be a number of different things. And we continue to believe that those are important and recognize that those are acknowledged in the resolution. We would encourage the state board, though, to allow those kinds of implementation measures in lieu of the effluent limitations that are proposed. The concern there is that if the point source discharges have to spend significant resources and time and money and design costs, engineering investments, all of that, to meet very stringent effluent limitations that they cannot currently meet, they won't have as strong an incentive, they won't have any incentive to participate in alternative solutions. And we believe that it's those alternative solutions that have the most promise in really making progress in reducing mercury concentrations.
So what you're saying, just so I understand it, number one, a premise is that with all of the language in here that unreasonable permit limitations will be put on dischargers, which I think staff has tried really hard to allay, and that regional boards have the ability to not do. But you're suggesting that we do more to get it so that it's in the interest, I'm not saying this well, in the interest of dischargers to band together and do something like capping an abandoned mine or doing something like that.
I don't know exactly what that would look like, but that could be one option. And I guess what I'm trying to suggest is that there may be a way of structuring the policy and the provisions such that that kind of behavior is incentivized, not just allowed, and a concern that if regional boards don't avail themselves of some of the compliance options that are in there, and I think it will be hard, frankly, to do so, that the dischargers will be held to these very stringent effluent limits, whether or not they will make a difference to receiving water concentrations. So again, the idea would be to find a way to make it very clear that we would be allowing alternative compliance measures in lieu of stringent effluent limitations where there's a clear plan and program and it makes sense to do so.
Would that include substituting a mass-based approach for a concentration-based approach, which is what Ms. Webster mentioned earlier? Is that an example?
I think it probably could. It would probably require a little bit more vetting. One of the things that we're looking at in a different region for a different pollutant, but still a bioaccumulative, is looking at a program of trading and offsets, because that's a case, again, where the non-point sources are far, far larger than the point sources. And we, again, where we can accomplish more together than alone. So there are some ideas and some models and even regulatory language floating around out there that we may be able to use as a model for this.
I think we're behind some other places on that work.
Agreed.
I'd like to get a better sense of what this would look like from a practical perspective. So one could imagine if the water quality objectives were to take place, I suppose you could easily come up with some information about what that would cost a discharger, depending on the size of the discharger. But with all this additional language that we've got in here, it seems, first of all, I want to compliment staff because I think that, you've really gone a long way to address some of the concerns, but at the same time, it almost seems process heavy, process intensive, and it'll take up a lot of time, from the regional board's perspective as well as the dischargers and the whole stakeholder community. So I wish that we could get some information making it a little more real, that if you were a discharger and you had to put together an assessment on what it would cost to comply and go through that process, how much money are we talking about that could be, better spent in some of these other solutions that you're talking about?
Yeah, I do have a little bit of information on costs that I was going to get to at the end of what I'm here to say. We had also provided in some of the testimony, or in some of the written initial submittals, some ideas in the form of flow charts. There are flow charts now for determining if you need an effluent limit, et cetera. And we had proposed some add-ons to that for figuring out if you're de minimis, for figuring out if an alternative compliance approach might make sense. So I do believe there is some information in the record already that could be used to guide or be a starting point for this kind of a process.
That's something I'm looking at. I don't know who I'm looking at, Stacy or Mr. Laufer or Ms. Gillespie. I'll be formal here. Right, sorry, no. It is, when it comes to alternative compliance where someone comes up with a better way, again, it's not having worked on these over the past 20 or 30 years at different levels of government, I mean, there are certain key standards that need to be met, which is that it's not just about equal to, it's got to be worth the extra effort that it takes because it can be very time intensive. Right. I've been through people saying they have this perfect idea and we'd be idiots not to take it, which we're actually illusory or not real. I mean, you've seen all of these, and some are just fantastic and terrific, but it does require, you know, more than a flow chart, although I appreciate the approach. I have two questions. One is, I love this idea because you can get more bang for the buck and you can get collective. You've got to have collaboration so that the affected stakeholders are involved and all of those sorts of things. Is there anything that keeps us from doing that anywhere? That's different than incentivizing. But is there anything that keeps us from doing that? And the second question is, I don't think we can resolve all of that today. So the question is, and this is just for thinking during the break, whether there's resolution language possible to direct staff to do a follow-on stakeholder process to talk about this particularly, only because there's more than there's more than abandoned mines, but this is an arena where we are somewhat stymied using our regular tools, and the objective I think everybody in the room shares is how to reduce mercury exposure any way we can. So there might be a potential. So two related but different questions.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and take that, and if Ms. Gillespie or others want to supplement further, I'll answer the second question first. I think it would be challenging to architect something like that today because of the nuances. With respect to the first question, there's nothing that prohibits it, and the right framework, though, for it to happen is really in the context of a TMDL. It's when we're rolling up our sleeves and looking within the specific watershed and have a much better sense of the loading within the watershed and can set up the right kind of schema in order to allow those alternative programs to be meaningful, quantifiable, and appropriately achieve the reductions that are necessary to move towards water quality improvements.
But I wouldn't say you'd resolve a problem in resolution language, but just a direction to staff to look into it more to see if there's something useful they could bring back without delaying adoption.
And Chair Marcus, I might add that we do have adopted now for about 10 years the impaired waters policy, which recognizes that there are alternative forms for doing a TMDL that could include such things as a watershed-wide permit, that where something could be implemented outside of this direct basin planning process, or if additional programs were already in place that could be certified. So there is flexibility in our impaired waters policy that has been taken advantage of in some other places, in some other forums, particularly the Central Coast through their pesticide TMDLs, which you do not see because they certify that their current program will address those impairments. So there is flexibility within the existing impaired waters policy to develop the types of programs that could be implemented as Mr. Laufer mentioned, in the context of what would be a TMDL and would provide the appropriate public participation.
All right, sorry, I just wanted to ask that one right away. Think about that.
Okay, that sort of raises a second concern, which is that although, you know, we greatly appreciate many of the changes that have been made into the SIP provisions for the policy, the response to comments does state that many of the state's water bodies have concentrations that are believed to be below the proposed effluent limitations, and therefore that effluent limitations might not be required, and we do appreciate that change to the SIP. But we have a concern about the number of TMDLs that may be required to be developed pursuant to this policy. Even if water bodies don't have concentrations above that C value, many water bodies have fish tissue concentrations that exceed the fish tissue targets. Again, in large part, this is due to non-point sources that are beyond the control of point source dischargers. And I think that many of the new TMDLs that we can anticipate will be required will not be covered by the forthcoming reservoirs and lakes policy. So that will be a whole new universe of additional TMDLs. Plus, we do anticipate reopeners of existing TMDLs in response to the new beneficial uses. So we're concerned about a significant burden on the regional boards to develop or revisit TMDLs. And that will require longer timeframes for TMDL development, adoption, and implementation. Regarding the RPA, reasonable potential assessment provisions, we're concerned about the use of half of the detection limit in those. It was in there for effluent. It's now in there for receiving waters as well with the new changes. And the minimum levels in the SIP and the detection levels typically used in tests, for example, under the IGP, are higher than the levels we're talking about now. So there's a concern about using, old data and half the detection limit when that won't give us information that is useful with respect to that C concentration. Even half the detection limit may, with older data, be above that level. So we would request that a clarification be put in place so that we are only using data that are appropriate given the detection levels. It's also a little bit unclear how the RPA would be performed and or if effluent limitations would be required for discharges to water bodies where there is an existing TMDL, but where that TMDL does not include waste load allocations for point sources. And we have a number of those. So to summarize, our request here is that we would request that the effluent limitations not be applied unless they are effective in reducing loads to concentrations of fish, and that the compliance schedules recognize the time frames. And one last point before I get to the cost is that there's no clear distinction or guidance for the difference between existing uses for federal purposes, Clean Water Act purposes, and past, present, or probable future, including goal uses under Port of Cologne. But staff in some of the workshops for this policy acknowledged that there would be a difference in terms of compliance schedules and timeframes. That 10-year limit would apply for federal existing uses as defined under the Clean Water Act, but that longer compliance schedules could be allowed for Port of Cologne or goal uses. And so again, we would request that the compliance schedule be extended for Port of Cologne goal type uses and or where the development process for TMDLs and working through the regulatory process bumps us out against that 10-year limit. And that wouldn't be necessarily the fault of the dischargers. We would also encourage development of a statewide variance policy that could apply for the same reasons. And then finally, just one example of costs. One water district in Southern California estimated costs to upgrade their treatment technologies, compliance protocols, outreach programs, monitoring, using information provided in Appendix R to the staff report, and they estimated that it would cost them more than $3.3 million per year. Those itemized costs were, well, the plant currently uses tertiary filtration, but they anticipate that they need to improve treatment and increase their monitoring. That would be approximately $224,000 per year. For potable water treatment, if the influent mercury concentrations are higher than these limits and the MCLs are higher, they might have to introduce additional potable water treatment in order to meet limits for discharges of potable water. That would probably require...
They were discharging into a stream that had subsistence use on it.
Right. Looking at the 1 the 12 nanograms per liter, that's where this comes from. For a 35, roughly, MGD surface water, treatment plant, anticipate that that would be coagulation and filtration or GAC at about a cost of about $3 million per year on top of the existing tertiary treatment costs or the current potable water treatment processes. And then for monitoring, an anticipated cost of about $100,000 per year for both stormwater monitoring and monitoring if the policy were applied to require monitoring for discharges to local water bodies. And then there are additional costs that couldn't be quantified at the time, for example, for emergency discharges from a potable treatment system. So again, this is one example of one of many water districts who are worried that the cost will be larger.
Discharging into a fish-bearing stream that has subsistence fishing on it.
It would be discharging into a stream where the 1, 4, or 12 nanograms per liter would be required. Correct.
Chair Marcus, I'd like to interject and add to the discussion that you had earlier with Mr. Laufer and Mr. Rasmussen, and following her discussion on the cost of compliance and touches upon the attainability issue. Now, in addition to that site-specific watershed analysis being appropriate for TMDL development, additional consideration should be made towards EPA's recent new federal regulation that authorizes the permitting entity to establish a permit variance. And it is a pretty robust regulatory framework that authorizes the states to adopt a permit-by-permit variance. And what that means is that where it's not feasible for the permittee to achieve the designated use and the standard that applies to the designated use, then there's an evaluation made as to what the permittee can achieve the next highest attainable use or the highest attainable use. And effectively what that achieves is the designation remains because there's uncertainty in the future and there's the hope that it can ultimately be achieved by all discharges. But the variance becomes the water quality standard for that specified permittee. So that is the feasibility and attainability approach that would be well suited in this kind of situation.
Right, and it's a process that takes place in open public meeting where everybody can have their say about it rather than sweeping something under the rug because it's inconvenient.
That's correct, and it could be done in conjunction with the permit issuance as compared to a basin plan amendment.
But it would be forwarded then to US EPA.
Yes, EPA must approve the variance akin to its requirement to approve water quality standards.
And what sort of process is involved with that?
The conditions that need to be satisfied to EPA is that indeed the evaluation ascertains and sets forth why it is that attaining the standard is infeasible for this particular discharger. So it's merely to evaluate that that's the case and that that is sound, and the regs allow for the variance to last X amount of years, but if it lasts beyond 5 years, it has to be revisited, and that is EPA's way of saying every 5 years we want you to touch down and just confirm that in fact you're achieving the best that you can do, rather than giving it a broad swipe. Yeah, that's right.
I guess I would just question how useful that is, especially if you're in an area with multiple dischargers. It can't be. Is there such a thing as a programmatic variance?
True. That's true. It's very much accounted for in the regulations. What the regulations allow for is a permit-specific variance or a watershed-specific variance. It's more likely than not that a watershed-specific variance could need to comply with the Administrative Procedures Act and be performed in the manner of a basin plan amendment rather than limited to the permit action itself. But that is how you can achieve it on a watershed level.
And I think Ms. Paulson suggested or made a suggestion that we do something regarding this at our level as opposed to regional board level. I'm not quite following.
Yeah, I think the concern is that we don't have a whole lot of practice or experience doing it on a permit by permit level or on a programmatic level at the regional boards. I can only think of one variance that I know of in the state. I could be wrong. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. But it's a long, difficult process potentially. And the state board already has a variance policy in development in association with the bacteria water quality objectives. And we know the staff report, we've all talked about how it's going to take decades, if not longer, to come into compliance with mercury. We know we're going to have challenges there. So it would seem appropriate to develop that at a statewide level so that that is a tool in the toolbox that regional boards could use when writing permits, when developing TMDLs, et cetera, rather than having to go through the process from scratch, one by one by one.
And to respond to that, if I may, the bacteria water quality control plan amendment that is being developed, it includes language that suggests that it also includes a variance policy. That language, that's really a misnomer. What the bacteria amendment does is reference the federal regulatory framework that EPA established, which itself authorizes the regional boards to undertake a variance without any further enabling authority. So prior to the new federal regulation, we would need to develop a policy to identify the contours and the conditions and the requirements to be eligible for variance. We no longer need to do that thanks to EPA's work and the new regulation.
Makes it easier.
So we don't need, and so we won't be doing that at the statewide level. What we are doing is merely, for all intents and purposes, pointing to the new federal regulation.
Okay, that's for the variance as opposed to the alternative
That's
compliance.
right.
All right, two different things.
Yeah. And I think in practice, I mean, we're looking ahead, we're through this statewide lens and policy, we're thinking ahead to how this could play out at the regional boards. And I think it's useful, we need to do this. What I'm hearing is with the new regulations on variance, there could be a package brought to a regional board that would include designation of uses, a time frame, a compliance schedule that is not limited to 10 years necessarily, implementing permit language, in the permit reissuance that brings forth then, if we were to adopt the statewide objectives that bring forth our recommendations. So in other words, it doesn't have to be a protracted sequential process. This can be a package that is brought together at once to a regional board for its consideration.
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
That's good. Potentially compelling. One thing I'm noticing, and this may be a good time to bring it up, is there's definitely a patchwork of circumstances in our state. There's existing TMDLs, existing water quality objectives that overlap in many of those places that aren't really touched by this action. I think what I'm hearing is it's a large enough and significant enough population of cases out there in our regional boards where we might be triggering effluent limits. And to your earlier question about, what are we compelled to do legally under the Clean Water Act and the SIP in terms of implementing effluent limitations in accordance with those, so to what extent are regional boards really compelled to do that? And then what remedies or flexibility do they have to tailor a compliance scheme that could be mass-based, could be alternative compliance, watershed-based? Are we leaving anybody out? You mentioned the permit variance tool. That's potentially a way to bring people along, and not just for the tribal and cultural uses we're considering, but for wildlife, there will be some cases we talked about in the Central Valley that Savikwa brought up some specific, communities that might be disadvantaged economically. And so, you pointed out correctly that the TMDL is the ideal way to do it. But what if that water body is not impaired? And yet there's an effluent limit that might be compelled at 12 nanograms in a disadvantaged community where they don't have advanced secondary treatment.
Well, and in that particular case, Board Member Moore, we did included small disadvantaged community exception, which allows the regional board to make a finding outside of the prescribed reasonable potential findings as to why that would be and also an insignificant discharger exemption, again, that allows the regional board to make a finding outside of the prescribed, use the numbers in the C values to allow those, in particular, those cases to not have reasonable potential and perhaps only require some level of monitoring. So we've tried to come up with that ability, and then also recognizing that there are parts of the state where point sources could be parts of the mercury problem as well. I mean, when you get out of the Central Valley and then the Coast Range, where you get into places where you don't have a lot of legacy mercury sources and where your source is dental amalgam fillings and things like that, there could be a potential there where it is. But we just completed 3 regions integrated reports, regions 1, 6, and 7, which are very telling because there were I think 3 new listings for reservoirs, but other than that, there were no new mercury listings of about 70 water bodies that were established, and I think region 7 actually took one off as well for mercury. So outside of the Central Valley and the Coast Range places, while we do get mercury in reservoirs because they tend to be methylation factories, the flowing water bodies are meeting the water quality objectives.
Well, thanks for the discussion on that. Just recognizing we don't want to create a policy that leaves folks hanging in the wind without some kind of path that's reasonable and affordable.
Mr. Chungrais.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and board members. My name is Jeremy Youngrice. I'm here on behalf of the City of San Diego and several other water agencies in San Diego and Orange County. And they are maybe uniquely concerned just because they are at the end of the pipe way down in Southern California where a lot of water has to move over a lot of distance. And so anything that could potentially interfere with that is something that obviously they're concerned about. The City of San Diego has 9 reservoirs, and so each of which is sort of different. Some are bathtub reservoirs, some are impoundments of streams, but they're all a little different. And the reason for my being here today is with Aqua is just to make sure that the board, I guess, considers kind of two main themes. One is there is a great deal of well, I would just say the definitions as they are right now, by design, are pretty broad to give regional boards some discretion as to how to adjust to different situations they might encounter, which is understandable. But with that breadth also comes the risk of unintended consequences where, and the regional board, as I've understood the state board's intent, it's not to create in-stream flows or to mess with water rights or anything like that. And so the main concern is that might happen anyway. And so that the desire is to avoid unintended consequences, and then also, and my colleague Mary Lynn Coffey will talk a little bit about this, and that's just provide additional clarity to the regional boards, because right now there's not a whole lot. And so in the future, it's difficult to know, do we have a problem or not? And people have asked me, well, maybe you're just getting too worried about this. Maybe there's nothing to worry about. And I hope so. That would certainly be great. But I also do want to say that staff has been very open to working with us and devoted a lot of their time to talking with us as well as others. And so I'm very grateful for that. And so we're hopeful that some of the issues we've brought up can be addressed today. So I mentioned before reservoirs come in all shapes and sizes. The definitions as currently crafted, and I think one thing that was already done by staff that was very helpful was the clarification as to the application of the beneficial uses to fish, and and Mr. Lilly talked about this earlier, that they're only really oriented towards addressing human health from consuming fish. But the one that still has a little bit of potential to cause unintended consequences, I think, is the coal beneficial use. And that's where potentially, since you have, a lot of the reservoirs go back to the 1880s or 1950s, you name it, you could potentially have a situation where desired cultural beneficial use could have existed quite a long time ago, because cultural traditions are important, and sometimes they have lasted a very long time. And by the way, I just want to clarify that we're very respectful of the idea of a cultural beneficial use, and we certainly have no opposition to it. It's something that it recognizes very important things, and there's no question about that. Again, it's just a question of trying with language that is tailored and tactical to just be very, very clear and to try to avoid those unintended consequences if we can. So anyway, some of the reservoirs that are in San Diego don't have any way of releasing. So if you were going to try to do in-stream flow, you'd have to either rebuild the dam or you'd have to remove the dam. And so those are the kind of things they want to avoid. So anyway, so let me just give you a couple of, and I'm going to get right here. And one of the things I wanted to tie the changes I'm about to tell you about to is the municipal beneficial use, because most of the reservoirs, many are there for municipal purposes, for domestic purpose. Others are there for agricultural purposes, but state law already specifies that, Water Code Section 106, that domestic use is declared to be the established policy of the state, that the use of water for domestic purposes is the highest use of water. So what do you do then? And kind of how do you, and that, what I'm getting at is, and the language I'm going to suggest to you is hopefully a way of crafting and avoiding interference with the domestic beneficial use, while still helping to establish and providing guidance to the regional boards on how to establish the cultural beneficial use. So I'm going to go a long way, because I think the slides we were going to do didn't make it. So I'm going to go all the way to 19. So the first suggestion we'd have again, focused on in-stream flows, would be to clarify, much as was already clarified for the fish issue, that in-stream flows that's not the intent of the State Board here to require in-stream flows in a manner that adversely impacts municipal supply. Does that mean that the regional boards couldn't use existing authorities to go forward and create in-stream flows in the right cases? They could. But just want to clarify that's not what's intended, and that's consistent with comments from staff throughout this process. So it just clarifies it in language. Additionally, in that in-stream flows are protected by existing law. So as a result, and you see the language that I have there, this would clarify that Water Code Section 106 is important, and that there's not an intent here to interfere with the exercise of those kind of domestic uses that are very old and very important, particularly in a place like Southern California where there's not a whole lot of extra water lying around. Okay, and then so that was in the
Belts and suspenders approach.
Belt and suspenders, but it's belt and suspenders because the implications, if we don't, are potentially quite spectacular. No, but I understand. I mean, it's just to make sure that it's clear that there's no intent to require releases, and there's water rights law too. And so, fortunately for all of us in the watershed, there's opportunities to assert water rights if they feel like they should. But this is about water quality. And so again, just the clarification that this is trying to protect a use, but it's not the intent to establish in-stream flows, which has been a theme all along. So similarly, the provisions, similar language, in-stream flows in a manner that adversely impacts municipal water supply. These uses, fish populations, aquatic habitats, color are protected by existing law. And so it's just a clarification of that there are already provisions in place to protect those uses, and this policy is not intended to change that framework. So that's all I have for my part. But
I think that Ms. Coffey will be happy because she only has 5 minutes left.
Oh, well, I better get out of here then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. On behalf of Aqua, I'm Mary Lynn Coffey with Nossaman, and I'm going to do a couple things. I'm going to quickly bat a little cleanup on some of the issues you were discussing with staff and Susan Paulson, and then I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the real and not hypothetical need for guidance to the regional boards in establishing water quality objectives and designating the beneficial uses. So on the cleanup topic, I want to just point you to response to comment on page 125, and this is in response to Aqua 1 letter, excerpt 18. And the specific concern here, and really to your point, Board Member Moore, envisioning sort of a package of uses, water quality objectives, and implementation measures that might be appropriate to bring forward before a regional board and even before there's a TMDL in place. And if we look at this response to comment, it indicates that there's no regulatory or statutory requirement to concurrently consider, adopt compliance protections for dischargers when water boards adopt new water quality objectives. And then it goes on to point out that we do have variance authority, that there is variance authority and there's compliance schedule authority. But that doesn't get us to the point of doing more creative implementation measures with the same multi-millions of dollars that are going to be spent on treatment facility upgrades. If that money could be, as part of an original package, diverted to other types of compliance mechanisms, be those offset programs or mass balance programs or you know, some of the other creative programs that have been established, that kind of guidance even, to consider that in a paragraph in the resolution, I think would be tremendously useful and encouraging. So that's my cleanup point. And now to talk for just a second about guidance. And again, we really appreciate the time we've been able to spend with staff on this issue, but we've urged the board to provide one of two things: either provide a period of time to adopt some guidance prior to the effective date of the adopted water quality objectives and the beneficial use definitions, or make a few revisions to the resolution and or the provisions, but the resolution would probably be sufficient, to integrate some key guidance into the resolution now, or do both, which is really what we put in some of our written comments, but either would probably be effective. And what we've really focused on is giving some instruction to the water boards in terms of how to apply state law. You heard Craig Johns elucidate very clearly the importance of clarifying the application of 13241 in the context of setting uses and water quality objectives. I think it's also really helpful to elucidate compliance with Water Quality Control Policy 2005-50, particularly sections 1A and B, in the context of setting these water quality objectives, and then federal law as well, and particularly there 40 CFR 131.10G. So not only is such guidance appropriate in this context where we've got new beneficial uses in the context of a dearth of beneficial use designations for the last 25 years or so, but there's two key concerns that are driving ACWA's request here. And again, one of those was well elucidated by Craig Johns and the Industrial Discharger panel, and we certainly support all of their comments. So the first key concern is that there's been some confusion created in the role that these laws need to play in adoption of beneficial uses in this record. And that confusion, I thought, was pointed out in kind of good detail by Craig, but I want to give you just a couple of other examples of where that confusion comes up. And again, this is not for the purpose of criticizing staff who did an amazing job with a very complex issue in a very short amount of time. And it's not for the purpose of trying to exhaust a record. We're just trying to point out there is confusion now about how to apply them. So I would point you to response to comment section, pages 11 and 12, the WISPA responses 4 and 5, stating that 13241 does not require consideration of whether beneficial uses and water quality objectives can be reasonably attained. But section 13241C, as you saw from Craig's slide, does expressly require consideration of attainability of use and objectives to be designated based on consideration of the coordinated control of applicable water quality factors. So that's an example. There's several others. CIVICWA, page 138, at page 97 of the comments, response to comments. ACWA, page 139, response to comments. WISPA, pages 13 and 14, response to comments. All of those introduce some confusion that could be clarified with some pretty simple changes to the resolution to guide that sort of consideration. And we're seeing that confusion play out a bit in the record for the North Coast Board in establishing the beneficial uses which are similar to these. There we see real confusion about the degree to which they really need to consider whether not just the beneficial use is existing based on facts and circumstances of the hydrographic unit, but we're seeing real confusion on whether they need to consider existing and distinguish that from reasonable potential or future use. And I'd point there to pages 1090, 1098, 1100, and 1102 of that North Coast record for Resolution 2003-0052, showing some of that confusion. We did submit, and we have slides on some language that could be added to the resolution that would help with this. Additionally, I think
put it
Craig,
up quickly because you're out of time.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
yeah,
we just have a lot of people.
I
so.
sure understand. And the other opportunity is Mr. Rasmussen discussed some language actually in his response to comment slide that would be great to put in the resolution. Neither of those might work. But if we could look quickly, not at the formal guidance ones, but at the, just the in implementation of some language in the resolution, I would look at slide 16 and 9 and 10. No, 10 we don't have to look at because that's the provisions. So really, if we looked at 16 and 9, I think that would help. This is probably beyond my pay grade, but okay. So here's some language on 16. Simply directing regional boards in completing a basin plan amendment to demonstrate compliance with 13241 and the federal CFR. And then if we look at, again, at slide 9, I think was the other one. And see, so many of these aren't necessary because your staff made changes already. Again, just noting that prior to designation, they need to consider 13241. So that's the kind of limited, again, very tactical language changes that we're anxious to see in the resolution. And I honestly I didn't get a chance to look at the response to comment slide on that very long, but what he was saying seemed to me to also be a fairly effective language that could be inserted into the resolution and that would be really useful in this regard.
You're not saying here that the beneficial use shouldn't be designated if it can't be attained reasonably?
No.
You're talking about something else. Just the way I read this sentence. Before designation, not of the beneficial use, but of...
So when you're designating the beneficial use and the water quality objectives, 13241 applies. And you need to consider, as Mr. Rasmussen said, you need to consider all of those factors in 13241, the degree to which we're attaining those water quality objectives today, or the degree to which there's evidence that the use is existing today, versus the degree to which, maybe it should be designated as a potential future use. And then there would be appropriate consideration of that in the water quality objective setting.
Right. You'd have to word it differently than this to do that.
And there's no...
This says don't designate. That doesn't work for me.
But just generally speaking, 13241 is required anyway, but you're saying that there's been some confusion as a result of the response to comments?
Yes,
why
those responses to comments, and as a result of what's been occurring at the North Coast Board and sort of the record that's been established on that. And I see what you're objecting to right now. It's that determine word, must determine, and in fact, it's must consider. But however, prior to designation.
Let's not wordsmith now.
Yeah, but I didn't catch that before, but now I see what you're saying. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. We have to take a break now. I'm sorry. Maybe I've been too, it's hard stuff, so I'm really trying to listen to everyone. I do think folks have done a great job, and I'm very eager to get the rest of the speakers, having taken them in order with one exception. But we've got to take a break because people aren't going to be able to get any food if they haven't. So let's take a half-hour break and come back at 2:10. Let the record reflect I was close to on time, personally at least, which I suspect people didn't expect. of course.
Say what I say to Ted.
No, when you say, I go running. I'm like, I can't be late. I hate when I'm late when you're chairing. She who must be obeyed. I do. I live in fear of Tam. I want to be more like Tam, but I'm not. What would Tam do? All right. Okay. And then we'll make allowances if folks aren't when they're called. Now, if we stay on pace, we have about an hour of comments. The award for the absolutely best handwriting of the day goes to Patrick Lewis. I believe that's happened before, of the San Joaquin tributaries. So I've got Patrick Lewis. Oh, Susan Paulson again, but she's already spoken, so I'll check with her. There are a couple of people speaking for more than one person. Don Kepke, and then Javier Silva from the Sherwood Valley Band. So Patrick Lewis here? Yes. There you are. You're right there. I asked you last time if you trained to be an architect or something, didn't I?
No.
No?
I just have really sloppy handwriting and decided one day probably should fix that problem.
It's really great.
Do I get an award if I get it 3 times in a row? Thank you. I appreciate it.
You could be a font. It's so good.
I'll think about changing careers. That sounds fairly lucrative.
Great.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Patrick Lewis. I'm an attorney with a law firm in Paris, and I'm here to comment on behalf of the San Joaquin Tributaries Authority.
Sure.
Just from the offset, I want to show our gratitude and appreciation to staff with all the hard work that they've put in, especially over the last 2 weeks, and their responsiveness to the amendments and the concerns that Aqua and many of the other agencies have expressed regarding these provisions. They've been very responsive and have made substantive changes that have made a difference. However, with that said, the SJTA is concerned with the process that the state board has used to develop these mercury provisions and beneficial uses. There's been significant outreach and participation by Staff Water Board to Native American tribes and environmental NGOs for input regarding these provisions. However, there's been little output or participation with other stakeholders, generally the regulated community. In California Water Association's 2014 comment, they noted that they were not able to participate in the creation of the definitions of the beneficial uses and that they would have liked to have been able to do that. However, they were not allowed. Additionally, I spoke with 2 of our associations that on June 15th of 2016 had been called and informed of a stakeholder meeting that was already going on, was in process, regarding these mercury provisions. They ran to the state board, and when they arrived, they found that they were the only 2 that were from the regulated community participating in the mercury provision meeting that was ongoing. We see that there were a lot of stakeholder meetings, but there's been a general lack of outreach to the regulated community, and we believe that this has led to a lot of the problems that have been expressed here today. Just to further highlight this, I just want to run through some dates. So the draft staff report was released on January 3rd. 6 days later, we had the first workshop, which was really the first opportunity for the regulated community to speak with State Water Board staff regarding these provisions. We were given 6 days to run through 724 pages of highly technical information. It was extremely difficult at this meeting, even with staff's full participation to help us understand these highly technical regulations, to get a hold of what was going on and understand these provisions. Due to all the confusion in the regulated community regarding these provisions, staff held another workshop. And it was helpful. In these workshops, we did start to flush out some of these problems that the regulated community was going to face when these are implemented, or if they're implemented. However, these problems could have been avoided substantially sooner, and we could have had a draft that more time to make significant changes could be made had the regulated community been involved in this process earlier. Additionally, I mean, we're here now in the 12th hour, and we just received even further revisions last night. We commend these revisions. We like these revisions, but still, as many people have expressed today, Craig Johns, Adam Link, Marianne Coffey, there's still areas of concern regarding these provisions. Two areas of potential concern are that in the future, within 10 years, there's a potential for TMDLs to be placed on every water body in the state under these provisions. Additionally, there's a general lack of guidance to the regional boards as far as how these are going to be implemented. There was guidance added in the revisions to these boards, but just to show some of the confusion that still exists regarding these, I was on a conference call with a few of our clients yesterday, and they asked me, well, you know, there are Native American tribes in our district. How are we supposed to know if this cultural beneficial use is going to be adopted? And I had to tell them, you know, generally there's some vagueness and ambiguity that's here. However, they have said that they have to rely on substantial evidence. Their next question was, well, what does that mean? What's substantial evidence as far as this goes? And I had to tell them, you know, we're going to have to see how these regional boards implement this. We don't think that regulators should be stuck with that ambiguity or general unawareness of when these provisions could be implemented within their districts. For this reason, we ask that if you adopt the Mercury provisions today, that you adopt regulations and guidance documents for the regional boards, or that the Mercury provisions not be submitted without guidance documents for the regional boards for the Office of Administration's law approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify on that, the reason we did substantial consultation with the tribes first in coming up with the draft is because the executive order ordering us, and rightly so, I think, to consult with tribes in a government-to-government relationship. So we were supposed to do that first, but the whole rest of the process has been open to everybody. That's just a separate step we take in relationship. So,
and we wholeheartedly agree, you know, with that. I mean, these do affect them, and we agree that they should be participating. However, we just feel that a lot of the general confusion and a lot of the problems that you've heard today from the regulated community could have been avoided if there had been better outreach to the regulated community in developing these provisions.
No, fair point. That point I take. All right, Ms. Kepke, followed by Mr. Silva, Environmental Director for the Sherwood Valley Tribe, followed by Sarah Ryan from the Big Valley Rancheria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair, members. Dawn Kepke with McHugh Kepke and Associates. I want to start off by thanking the board members and staff for the many opportunities over the last number of months to chat about this undertaking with a number of our clients. But here today, before you at this point in time, representing the Western States Petroleum Association, who would like to just convey a few thoughts and appreciation. First, WSPA appreciates the language within the provisions related to the current existing TMDLs, indicating that modifications should not apply to dischargers to waters that have site-specific mercury water quality objectives already established, or a mercury TMDL that has been approved. As you may know, WSPA has participated in some of those TMDL developments, as have their members, and it's obviously, you know, a result of a complex multi-year effort that considered inclusion of sources of all mercury to various water systems, and WSPA in that regard appreciates the inclusion of that language. Additionally, along those lines, WSPA is very appreciative of the additional changes related to the current existing TMDL provisions, and believes that those are quite helpful and help to alleviate a number of concerns in that space. That said, WSPA does have some concerns that remain and is nervous about the implementation of the new beneficial uses on those TMDL water bodies that could very well may result in opening those TMDLs for the purpose of amending those effluent limitations that have been assigned to their members or others specific to industrial point sources. And the concerns that, as have been stated, just about the meaningfulness of that and what that actually looks like and how that will affect the broader concentrations. In this regard, WSPA, as was noted by previous speakers as well, remains concerned that the proposed revisions do not provide a more robust set of guidance parameters, or at a minimum, and certainly WSPA is very supportive of specific language, as was stated, about including the 13241 language that was provided and suggested by Mr. Johns. And to do so and to ask the regional boards, require them to do that prior to those designations at a local level that would also incorporate those specific low mercury water quality objectives. Such an analysis is particularly important from WSPA's perspective, as with these provisions and the new beneficial uses, the board has recognized that the objectives associated with them may be unattainable in some respect, regardless of reductions in the point source mercury discharges. And then finally, just along those lines, without required analysis, as has been suggested, there is concern about the lack of guidance and the analysis, and that could result in discrepancies across the state and with regional boards and application and designation of that. That could result ultimately in uncertainty for the regulated community, WSPA members included. And so in that regard, we really strongly would support the recommendations to include specific language requiring the 13241 analysis within the proposal. We believe that'll go a long way to continuing to address the concerns and nervousness that WSPA and its members companies have. So with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Paulson, I had a card for you with a different client. Is that a different set of comments? Okay, if you don't mind, I'm going to put you a little further back because you've already spoken. Is that all right? Okay. I'd like to get to some of our colleagues who've traveled a long way. Javier Silva. Hi. Hi. Followed by Sarah Ryan, followed by Susan Frick from the Karuk tribe.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Javier Silva. I'm the Environmental Director for Sherwood Valley Band of Pomo. Thank you for having me here to visit Sacramento. It's not a long ways, but it's kind of a drive. But from where I'm from, it is a great distance. I'm representing the tribe. I'm representing Russian River, Eel River, Big River, Coastal, Noyle, 10-mile rivers. Those are my homelands. Those are the rivers I'll be talking about, or that I'm most concerned about, although I am concerned about most of the rivers in California. I wanted to stress that because those are the water bodies that my people that are behind me, that are pushing me here, say to go bring up and go talk about and go make sure that those places are good places for us to go get plants, to go get the fish, to go be healthy. So I wanted to bring up a couple of, or address a term I've been hearing all morning, is the unintended consequences. It's so I'm gonna speak frankly. It was never. Was it intended to remove Native Americans from California? Those are intended consequences that we're still having to deal with now. There was actually, we were actually paid to be removed. So I don't want to go back into history too much because I want my other tribal colleagues to speak, and I really just want to hammer that out, because while I understand that there's costs associated with protecting fish or having good water, we have paid a great price. We have paid a much more bigger price than what figures I've heard here today. So I wanted to say that that's because of intended consequences. So my point here is that I understand that those are costs that are real and that it's an impact, but we've been hit with a much harder impact. So I just wanted to say that, and that we understand as tribes that the amount of resource degradation or impacts that have gone on in California will take a long time to recover, and it happened in a short amount of time. So the tribes who I work with, my tribe, have been willing and are willing to work with the state, work with the regions, work with the locals on how this would look. And I am going from the North Coast region, so we are ready to sit down and iron this out, all the issues that were brought up. I think the best thing is for the tribes to be at the table and to express why we need these, how we need these, and to show that too. So, so that's most of my comments. So thank you very much. Thank you
very much. It's great. Ms. Ryan, followed by Ms. Frick, followed by Sherry Norris from the California Indian Environmental Alliance. Hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Ryan. I'm the Environmental Director for the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. I've been fortunate enough to work for them for the past 16 years, and it's been a wonderful, wonderful experience. I also am the chair of the Cal EPA Tribal Advisory Committee, and that is a great group of people and tribal liaisons from Cal EPA's BDOs. We get to work on issues that affect tribes in California in terms of consultation and policies and projects. So it's a great opportunity. I'd like to speak today to kind of build off of what Javier just said, that the environmental degradation that has occurred because of poor land use policies for decades has had a tremendous impact in an environmental justice way, has had an impact where people can't eat and drink and use the resources that they used to. Right now, even at Big Valley Rancheria, they're fighting to find tules. That 80% of the tules on Clear Lake have been destroyed because of poor land use policies in Lake County. So now we're struggling with how do we protect tribal beneficial uses and tribal subsistence consumption in California. So we were extremely happy that that this whole process started. But there is some concern that some of these changes through the change orders are going to weaken the change sheets that just came about are going to weaken the ability for tribal beneficial uses to be utilized and to be fully implemented. We've heard a lot today from the dischargers who are very concerned about their bottom line, their cost. But as Javier just said, when you're talking about people even being able to survive and live, it's a whole other story. It's not like people have the ability or the luxury to go to Trader Joe's to go get their fish, which probably has, of course, has methylmercury in it also. They are eating in their own homelands, and to require that the existing waste load allocations get to stay for another 10 years. That there are exceptions. I think if it's change order 20 or change 20 that allows, this option includes 3 appropriate exceptions to avoid undue economic or social hardship, facilities only serving small disadvantaged communities and insignificant discharges and intake water. That's a change that is going to affect us in Lake County, because Lake County is a disadvantaged community. I mean, most of all the communities around the lake are disadvantaged communities. So this means that we're going to have less of an ability to use these beneficial uses that and the water quality objectives that we're going to create at the regional level to be able to make it work for us. We have to wait another 10 years. And again, if we're talking about the main reason is so that the dischargers have a little more comfortability in how they meet they're going to pass their charges on to their customers anyway. So we've got people who can't use their resources that they've used for thousands of years. on one side, and then you've got, companies that are having trouble meeting their bottom line. When you look at integrity, I think it's a pretty clear thing that we need to try hard to meet these beneficial uses. So, I'm very happy that the uses, that the board has continued to allow the tribal beneficial uses and the subsistence fishing to continue to be part of this process and not be bifurcated. We do hope that they are adopted today as a whole, but the change orders for the exceptions for the allowing small disadvantaged community facilities to be exempt from permit requirements with regard to tribal beneficial uses, we're concerned about that. And also the amount of time, the time frame that the dischargers are going to have to be able, to meet tribal beneficial uses or to meet the water quality objectives. So we just like, when you make your decision today, to just keep those in mind, because we're talking about people's lives, we're talking about their health. They've been impacted in a disproportionate way, and we need to support these uses that are integral to their identity and their ability to thrive as a people. So please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you. I think part of the conversation in it is really the issue of insignificant source and making a difference. I think what the strongest argument is spending $3 million when the problem is really elsewhere, and then how do you get people to focus on it? But I understand the point. Definitely understand the point. Not when it's the main source. Ms. Frick? Hi.
Actually, it's Fricky. It's a new
I'm
one.
sorry. Thanks for
It's
telling
okay.
me.
It's changed since last time. I'm Susan Fricky with the Creek Tribe. I'm their water quality manager, and I've been working for them on and off since 2005. And we were lucky enough and thankful enough in the North Coast region to have adopted cultural beneficial uses and subsistence fishing. So the tribe that I work for has already had those, but they wanted food this entire time. I think since about 2008, the State Water Board has been working on this to support this process. Yes, 2008, right, Tam? Sorry. It's been a long road, but we have been there every step of the way because this is how we feel that this is so important for every other tribe to have the same benefits that we have when you're developing TMDLs, when you're dealing with listings. So we are so supportive of this. We're here today to say, yes, let's move forward, because I think we all realize that the work is now coming. And this is the point I've heard some discussion today. Is this going to be at the regional level or the state level? I guess as far as that, we were talking about it, and it's whoever has the money to get it done the fastest would be great. I mean, if you have regional boards that can get it done, let's do it. If you have the State Water Board, the one that needs to do it, we can all see how slow some of these processes can go. And I think a lot of the tribes have been waiting long enough to start down this road in their own areas. And I think this is the least that can be done for the tribes. There was a small group of us that got together. Phil Crater facilitated a session as with some of the ag interest folks, and we all got together and talked about our issues, and I think it was a really good discussion to have. I think some things got cleared up, but there were also the exact same language changes proposed then that they've proposed today, and it was not a full tribal caucus. It was not all the tribes in the state. There was a very small group of us and like one EJ person, and we were not supportive of them then, and we're not supportive of them now. It was really good. It was a great effort. Your staff did a good job trying, but I think that there have been so many people, so many tribes, so many staff that have worked on this process for 9 years now. I think it's time to move forward and just really let's see how we can change things on the ground. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for hanging with us all that time. Ms. Norris, followed by Adam Harper from the California Construction and Industrial Materials Association, followed by Ronald Montez Sr. from the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, recognize all of you up here, new faces. So thank you all for having us all here today and listening and staying engaged. It's late in the afternoon, but I really wanted to really quickly mention what cultural continuance means when we talk about that cultural piece. There are families that I know who are Native who don't eat their traditional foods in part because they weren't available and the children didn't develop a taste for them. So there are others that are trying desperately to feed their children with these foods and to show them how to gather them, how to prepare them, how to store them, and how to share them. And so 10 years is a very long time in a child's life to have to avoid things. So when we talk about 10 years before we begin implementation, I know we're talking 30, 40, 50, 150 years. But for tribes, that's multiple generations of cultural continuance that's possible to be lost. And a lot of us, our languages are connected to what we're doing. So it also connects into the loss of language and other things like that. That's just a quick example. That's not really what I had come up here to say, but as people were talking, it made me think about that. What I did want to say, though, is thank you for not bifurcating the beneficial use provisions. I really appreciate that. This is something that we've been trying to for many years to work on. We've been working on together. We spent 3 years very intensely working with the tribes in Northern and Southern California to come up with language that would work throughout the state. We worked very hard to remove qualifying statements and numerical references so that this could be applied at the local, regional level, how it needs to be and in the process that exists. The goal is for tribal beneficial uses to be accurately represented for the regional water boards to see them, and so that they could be balanced with the other uses that are there. This is so that cultural practitioners and subsistence fishing families and tribal individuals and the tribes and the networks of tribes themselves can all benefit in the ways that they have in the past, so that this can maintain that cultural continuance moving forward, which has to do with relations between tribes too. And so it's not just one spot, but it's how everyone relates. We're looking forward at the regional level to balancing all the uses and working with all the stakeholders to address the sources where they are, and to talk about new and updating the TMDLs. We're thinking of all of these TMDLs as adaptive management, and development of new activities, treatments, and management activities are something that we look forward to. And in that spirit, I want to suggest that on page 3 of the resolution, there's a heading that says exposure reduction strategies, but then in the recitals, Resolve 5 says risk reduction. And why I bring that up is I would prefer, if possible, that Resolve 5 says exposure reduction, because my colleague Andrew Ventura from Clean Water Action remembers this too, as we put exposure reduction into the Central Valley and the San Francisco TMDLs, because exposure reduction and risk reduction are very different. Risk reduction is telling people to change what they're doing, changing their behavior, and exposure reduction means trying to find a way of reducing the toxin so that it's not there. And so this ties in with what some of our colleagues that are not in tribal have been saying on their stakeholder issues. Is it would be really nice if we could get together and have some pilots and some coordinated strategic planning on a watershed level. We can talk with upstream and downstream stakeholders and have those conversations and continue to move forward on coming up with some activities that will result in actual exposure reduction, which is the goal of each of these anyways. We want to reduce the toxin in the water bodies, and so that we can reduce the toxin in the fish. And so that's all I had to say today, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work. Mr. Harper, followed by Mr. Montez.
Chair Marcus, we spoke with Mr. Harper during the break. He had to leave for an emergency, and he shared what his concerns were with us. There are 2 surgical changes that he wants us to make in the staff report. We wanted to discuss them during the break, and then if comfortable, recommend making the changes. But we do understand his concerns, and he's not going to be speaking today.
Okay, thank you. So I have Mr. Montez, and then I have Ms. Desai again to do Mr. Brosseau's comments for Casqua, because he can't get here, followed by Daniel Lucas with the Big Valley Rancheria Band. And did you want to?
Oh, on that point, is he keying off written comments that he provided on the gentleman who couldn't speak? Did he provide those comments in writing as well?
He actually submitted the comments when he provided his written comments to the draft documents. And so he was just following up on that and wondering what our response was. So that's something that we have in writing we can evaluate. It was previously submitted to the record.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ronald Montez. I'm an elder from the Big Valley tribe of Pomo Indians. I've been here before 2 times, and I've spoken before this group. Appreciate all the work that you've been doing. The last time I talked to you, I mentioned what a great responsibility you have upon your shoulders and that we need to pray for you. Well, I've kept my end of the bargain. I've been praying for you because it is a privilege as well as a responsibility. Water is essential to all of us. Water rights are being fought for across the world. Drought conditions are taking its toll in many nations. And we come down to a small reservation that I'm from, and the water issues there are increasingly getting more difficult. There is a slag pile from the Bradley Mining Company, which is about 30 foot high, and it's piled up right down to the very lake called Clear Lake. The bottom of that lake is where we used to fish for catfish. We'd sit there all night and we'd catch catfish and we'd take them home and share them with our families. Catfish was a staple in my home. I used to use it to sell so I could buy my school clothes. And I traded it for other things that I needed. All through my high school year, I had no electricity, and so it was very important in my life to have some way to make a little bit of money so I could not be so ashamed when I went to school. I'd have some clothes that resembled what the rest of the people were wearing instead of hand-me-downs or from rummage sales. Although rummage sale stuff is currently the things that everybody wants to wear today. But I have relatives that went fishing yesterday and ate the fish last night. I have relatives who are fishing today and will eat the fish this evening. It's not an option because they don't have enough money to supply some type of meat product or fish on the table. Many of you may not understand that. You may say, well, why don't they just go borrow some couple of bucks from a relative? Well, relatives don't have a lot of money either. And so we're in a situation where we are waiting for you to make that step to include us again in your decision-making process. We understand, I say we, my tribe and I, we understand that there are water companies who need to show a profit for their shareholders. And we understand that it's a business. We know the water from up north and has to come all the way down south because they don't have enough water. Water is very important. And so my point today being before you again is to encourage you not to wait any longer. Please make that decision to include us in any decision that has to do with our way of life and the quality of water. They go hand in hand. I'm raised with water. I was even baptized in water. I swim in water. I love it. And so I'm at home in it. It's all part of me. And every tribal member of my tribe can say the same thing. So I encourage you again today, please, make that step past this thing. Let's move forward. Thank you.
Next three. are Ms. Desai again for Casqua, Mr. Lucas for the Big Valley Rancheria Band, followed by Susan Paulson again for SEEB.
Hello, welcome. Thanks for listening to me again. Jeff Brissop apologizes that he was not able to make it up today, so I am giving his points on behalf of Casqua. Basically, I think Casqua has a very simple ask, and it relates to the Appendix A discussion of the stormwater dischargers. We participated in the process and provided comments during the comment period, and we're concerned that there wasn't really any changes made to this appendix. And the major concern here is that we kind of have a statewide plan that is prescribing very specific requirements for stormwater agencies throughout the state. But I think we've heard a lot of discussion today about how this, the issues with mercury are not universal across the state. They're very site-specific. And so we're ending up in a situation where we're putting requirements automatically into every single stormwater permit, regardless of the evaluation of whether or not stormwater discharges are actually contributing to any problem within that water body. I think there was some discussion in the response to comments that the BMPs that are included, the mandatory BMPs that are included, are already in all of the permits.
Right.
And to a certain extent...
These are sort of the basics.
Well, they actually are not all included in every single permit. And I think the other issue that's coming up is that we're moving towards these watershed plans where everybody's starting to do more specific to the issues within the watershed. So we're now kind of going backwards and putting in all these specific mandatory requirements, even if mercury is not a priority or an issue in a particular water body. And so, you know, we heard Mr. Rasmussen mention that in a lot of places, we don't see exceedances of mercury objectives. And so in those places, we're just automatically including best management practices. So we had requested some different changes that I, you know, asking for more of an evaluation of whether there was a contribution or things like that. And we understand the response to comments that that's kind of an additional burden. Mm-hmm. So we've kind of streamlined and just put up a few recommended changes that really just get at, rather than absolutely mandating these requirements, just requiring regional boards to consider all of them when they issue the permit. So that's basically the first change, and it's just some simple language changes to have them consider rather than mandating that they be included. The second change is related to the discussion about the areas of elevated mercury. There was a discussion that said that they should include additional BMPs, but it wasn't clear. We think it was meant to be that they were specific to erosion control BMPs. So we were just asking that that erosion control get included in the revisions, and that's for Part 2 under the municipal stormwater BMPs. And then the final comment is related to the industrial activities. So there's basically been a requirement to change the numeric action level for the industrial activities as part of this amendment. And we're a little bit concerned about the analysis that was done and the potential cost to the industrial community. And so again, we were hoping that maybe rather than just having it be automatic in terms of these amendments right now, that when the new industrial permit is issued, that you would go through a process for evaluating that and conduct the technical analysis to determine what the number should be to comply, rather than just using the 300 at this moment. So I appreciate your time. Thank you for the comments.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Lucas, followed by Ms. Paulson, followed by, now I have Mr. Longley, followed by Mr. Mumley, and I told Mr. Mumley he needs to talk to Mr. Longley, and Mr. Longley gets to decide who goes first and who goes last. Hi, Mr. Lucas.
Hello. I work for the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. What other members of tribes have said is probably conveys what I have to say much better than I can say it, but here to lend my support for much of what's already been said. And in my eyes, it seems to me that this is an issue that extends beyond simple cost analysis. It would be one thing if we were talking about recreational uses, or we were talking about things that didn't actually affect the daily lives and health of human beings. But it may be the job of these agencies and of the people who are overseeing resource management to be looking at cost analysis. But the job of, well, your job and also the job of the government here is to consider everyone who is using the water and all of the uses that, well, and all of the needs of the people who are affected. And these are, the Native peoples are a historically marginalized part of our society, where it's been very easy for interests to say, well, you know, they exist, but we have a bottom line to fulfill, or it's not feasible. We hear a lot of, well, it might not be feasible to reach these requirements, but if we were talking about the public health, we wouldn't be asking, is it feasible to meet baseline requirements to make sure people are actually healthy and able to ensure that their kids are able to grow up and not be poisoned, or to ensure that their kids have access to their culture. When we put a cost on culture, I think we run the risk of losing sight of our humanity, frankly. But so I think what we're looking at today is, are we going to protect the most essential, the most essential components of these people's livelihood, which is their health and their culture? And I would urge you to look beyond what is a cost analysis approach and look at from the perspective of the common public welfare. And I do believe that's what the reason we're even looking at these beneficial uses in the first place, because otherwise, I don't know why we're here. So I want to thank you for actually going forward this process, because as this hasn't been an issue, this hasn't been addressed up until this point. So we are at the precipice now, and we should go forward, and we should listen to the people who have come here to speak about their cultures and their way of life and their livelihood. And, I believe it's imperative that we move forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Paulson?
Thank you. Excuse me. I'm presenting testimony on behalf of the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance, because Jerry Secundi would have liked to have been here but wasn't able. I want to go a little bit off script, maybe, from the remarks that I think Jerry wanted to make, and just say that...
If you're going to do a Jerry imitation, that's a whole nother thing.
I'm not even going to try. But the values, human health, protection of the environment, are incredibly important, I think, to all of us who are here. And yes, we come with different perspectives. But I think the goal that was behind SWRCB's comments, that's behind many of the other comments that you're hearing today, is how we can most effectively, most efficiently achieve reductions in mercury loads in fish and concentrations in the environment in fish and water. And again, one of the primary concerns that was expressed by SWRCB in the comment letter, and that was addressed in part in the response to comments, was that point source discharges just aren't the primary sources at all. They're a small, less than 10% in most water bodies, and some less than 1% of the loads to those water bodies, such that imposing very stringent regulations on those point sources will have an effect on those discharges, but may not have much effect on what's going on in the environment. And therefore, we would advocate, SWRCB would advocate, again, looking at alternative implementation measures and enlisting dischargers as collaborators, if you will, in finding more efficient solutions and finding ways in the regulatory and the legal context to make those available to us, to make sure that we can implement them.
You know, that has been the promise of TMDLs. And some agencies, point sources in particular, have taken us socially, or however you want to put it, in a framework way, up on that to drive solutions, whether it's the years on brake pad partnership type work or anything. And other places, sadly, not so much, which it's just a comment that at the outset of TMDLs starting to come out back in the 90s, I thought they had phenomenal promise for being able to make those kind of real world, reality-based conversations happen about where was the most cost-effective way to get the most cleanup quickly, and instead the first reaction was to fight it like it was another top-down regulation. I'm happy that we're in a different place in many places where we've got more of them, and we do have terrific examples of people working together in watersheds, but I am a little disappointed that we haven't gotten further, just an aside, because that was the whole idea.
Well, and going totally off script again, I think sometimes the Clean Water Act puts us in boxes where...
That's why Ms. Hashimoto is taking notes.
Okay, good.
She's going to punch through every wall and solve this all for us.
That
I know
sounds
she
wonderful. That sounds really wonderful. I mean, I think we all had that kind of hope for TMDLs, and I think that we have the flexibility and ideas and collaborations and partnerships and all of that that can break through some of that. But I think we have to really think creatively. We have to allow ourselves to do those things. And I worry that in some places we haven't allowed ourselves to go there.
I will just say, I'm sorry, I know we're trying to move, but from my experience both across multiple states and others working at the federal level, the missing ingredient in making that creativity and common sense happen has been the inclusion of tribes.
We would
experience.
It would be wonderful if this process, these objectives, these beneficial uses could drive us to a more integrated, sensible approach to that. I mean, we would more than welcome that. Just a couple of other little points. Again, urging for changes here such that the implementation measures that are required by this policy are in proportion to the sources. And to echo some of what's been said, that goes for some of the point source discharges as well as the IGP discharges that are subject to the NALs. And what that means in the context of the IGP and that iterative process and the tiers, and how we can work, how a discharger can work their way through that process given the requirements of this policy. Finally, the last comment is that the proposed new beneficial uses are likely to result in low objectives and limits for a wide range of constituents in addition to mercury. And as you've heard, there's widespread concern that would result in other requirements, such as requirements for flow, quantity of flow, rather than just water quality. The SWRCB has been concerned that there hasn't necessarily been sufficient notice or time to work through those issues, to consider hypotheticals, to consider alternatives. And SWRCB would ask, if the board proceeds with adoption today, that the state board should provide guidance to the regional boards on how this policy should be implemented in their regions for both the application of assigning beneficial uses to new water bodies, new beneficial uses to water bodies, and for applying the water quality objectives for mercury, but for other bioaccumulative pollutants that would be affected by this as well. And SWRCB would encourage, as has been stated better than I can state it by others, the use of the Federal Clean Water Act factors, the use attainability analysis factors, and the Porter-Cologne 13241 factors at the regional board level when these things are implemented on a local scale. Thank you.
Thank you.
A quick question to staff on the numeric action levels, NALs. They're not compliance tools. They're actually just a trigger for management.
Correct.
And I thought you did some sensitivity analysis on data from the IGP on the proposed change from 1,400 to 300 and some broad scale evaluation of if that was being attained. Is that right?
Right.
And what was the general finding?
In general, the finding is that it would the 300 is still high enough that something like aerial deposition would not exceed it. It would have to be actually contribution of mercury from the source. So it would, and as you say, the numeric action level then triggers a program to reduce the on-source contribution of mercury. So we did look at would aerial deposition alone cause it, and the answer would be no, it should not be able to actually exceed the 300.
Did the peer review folks weigh in on that at all?
They thought it was appropriate.
Okay, that's the science peer review, 4 different scientists. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Mr. Longley and Mr. Mumley. I know Mr. Mumley wanted to follow Mr. Longley and draft, so obviously he was persuasive. But I just, for the record, I want you to know that I did defer that decision to Mr. Longley.
Thank you very much.
Out of respect. And to amuse myself, I suppose.
Well, as I told you earlier, I asked for 10 minutes, and hopefully I don't have near that much to say today, although I have a problem. I'm a professor, and it's 50 minutes when I start talking, but we'll hold it down. But I must point out that
you asked for 10, so whatever.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and board members. I'm Carl Longley, and I'm a member and chair of the Central Valley Water Quality Board. As I was saying, my comments are much longer, but due to tremendous work, and I think I have to give my thanks and appreciation to members of your staff for working with our staff in incorporating a lot of the things that took care in that change sheet, which took care of our concerns. As you're aware, we've been, for over a decade, we've been working on the Delta TMDL for mercury that establishes requirements for mercury sources and also implements exposure reduction programs. This TMDL has been a major effort for the regional board and stakeholders, and this important program will continue for many, many, many decades into the future. It's much like the SALT program, and we're in the age where you have to have a vision of a long time. But in mercury, certainly, I think that while we're looking at numbers that are very low, any reduction that you make in those numbers gives a positive health impact from the standpoint of lessening the load to the wildlife, to the humans which are consuming products from aquatic sources that are high in mercury. So maybe we're going for 0.04 milligrams per kilogram, but if we get to 1, even that is, we're at levels higher than that. Certainly there is a positive health benefit there. I'd like to refer to the map that's in front of you. California has had extensive mercury and gold mining as shown in the map. Many of our rivers and reservoirs are currently impaired from this legacy mining and other causes such as atmospheric deposition from global sources. The map in front of you shows the extent of the waters that exceed the sportfish water quality objective. All of the water bodies shown in red on this map will not meet the proposed tribal and subsistence fish objectives. And I'm going to try to operate this. How do I? You need to lift it up. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. I'm impaired. There we go. This graph I find very interesting, and you can read off of this graph of what we have done, delta estuaries, some 43,614,000 acres. Most of that is done. However, if you look at lakes and reservoirs and rivers and streams, it was pointed out to me that we have a total of 1,200 lakes. We've only done 154, and about half of those are have issues with them. They're impaired. So, and then you look at the rivers and streams. We got a lot of work in front of us, and I just wanted to show this because it gives something of the magnitude. This is just assessing them and determining whether they're impaired or not. This is not doing the hard work of coming up with solutions to control. The next is an issue that is troublesome. It points to an issue that's troublesome. The tribal subsistence is 0.04 milligrams per kilogram, and Chinook salmon And they live at sea most of their life. 1 to 7 years at sea before they come back, and we find that even given that they have high body loads of mercury, points to the issue of a fish which is in clean water most of the time, we assume clean water, is carrying such a high body load.
That graph, I feel like it needs more context. You know, what was the population sampled, and what streams?
This is out
over
of
what
the
period of time, what season of the year?
Yeah.
A lot of factors I'd want to know about before drawing conclusions.
This figure shows data from the CalFed Fish Mercury Project, and so we could go back to that to get that data, but there was substantial data at the time. Okay, so this brings us down three requests that we have. At this point, I might say that staff has I think made a valiant effort to incorporate our concerns on 13.241, but we do endorse the comments that Craig Johns made earlier today on this. And I'm not going to read all this through. Number one, you can read it faster than I can say it. But we certainly think that language of this nature should be included. And then going down to number 4, which is on page 6, I think, of the original document that was published online. We think that this board here, the language in front of you, gets it better at some of our concerns having to do with funding, and certainly it shows the intent of all of us to work together to begin to solve these issues. And the number 5 here, this whole bit, and I appreciate the emphasis that was given on this earlier by some other folks in front of me, but we believe that there needs to be a intensified effort on working with stakeholders to both to solve the problem and to educate people, and those are two different things. And we believe that there has to be this language is not going to generate funding. I realize that, but I think we need to show an intent to work to generate funding, and that we'll work together to do that. And that's going to take the stakeholders working with us too, because the funding comes not from this board, not from my board, from on high it comes.
And it comes best from on high when we're all pulling in the same direction.
That's right, exactly. So there is another concern that maybe I think you all know about, and it can be said more succinctly than I can by Adam Laputz on our staff, but it has to do when one's writing permits. And if you adopt objectives, then they better be attainable, because if they're out there in a basin plan, you can be sued if you don't have them in the permit. You can be, of course, EPA is looking at those basin plans if you have those issues, if you have those numbers in there. But I can't speak of it as eloquent as Adam can, or I'm sure Pamela. So if you'd like, if that's an issue, we could talk about that a little more, but I'd ask them to spell it out.
Yeah, I've spoken with Mr. Laputz about that, and I think it's one of the things I'd like to do is actually go meet with US EPA about that and some of the challenges where folks, I mean, I appreciate how far people have come in trying to talk about how to do it. It's a far cry from where people said we shouldn't call reality because of what might happen because of EPA or whatever. My view is always, let's just go talk to them.
Very good. And one thing I've been listening today, this whole concept of alternative compliance projects that were discussed by earlier speakers, we've incorporated in that salt and nutrient management plan. We think that it is very viable. We're rather than making people do things that have little noticeable impact, maybe we can't measure it. Let's take the funding we have and put it in where we really know we can make changes. And when we're doing salt and adopted the salt nutrient management plan, that's why we were behind that concept. I think it has a place to play for mercury too. Mercury and salt have a lot in common, a lot of problems in a long time. And by the way, Tam, you've accused me of getting salt into every time I get up and talk, and you're right.
Yeah, the salinity levels just went up.
So with that, our regional board has been working hard, as you can see from the projects we showed on the board. What we've been doing, we got to do a lot more. That's minuscule compared to what we have to do. We're up to it, but we need the resources to be able to do it. And with that, I thank you very much for your attention.
No, thank you, Dr. Longley. Very helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah, and certainly alternative compliance, yet another example, but as you all know, we're looking at that very hard, very seriously in the stormwater strategy statewide. You know, what are alternative ways to come to compliance with an infrastructure-based solution that takes time?
We even have an acronym for it, ACP.
Yeah, there's just many ways we need to apply the concept, but do so transparently and keep things on track in a timely manner for improvements to protect people and fish and wildlife.
Thank you very much.
No, that's very good. Yeah, you need clear guidance and rules and monitoring and all that to make it work. Mr. Mumley, your batting cleanup, and then we'll give a little bit of direction to staff and take a short break.
All right. Well, thank you. Good afternoon, board members. For the record, my name is Thomas Mumley. I'm Assistant Executive Officer of the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board. I'm here to say we support the new uses, and I'm also here to express the Region 2's, the San Francisco Bay Region solidarity with concerns expressed by the Central Valley Board. We share a lot of experience working with pursuing the challenge of addressing mercury contamination, and in the Bay Area as well, we're focusing on PCB contamination, which also becomes front and center when we consider pursuit of these new uses. So we support the uses, and we commit to pursuing actions that will result in protecting and restoring them. But I'm here to say for the record that we want to avoid unintended consequences. And for the record, and I really appreciate the comment about what were arguably intended consequences, or the use of the term unintended consequences in a fashion that doesn't have really relevance. In our case, unintended consequences are expenditures of large amounts of money, tens or hundreds of millions of dollars, that won't result in reduction of fish levels, reductions of exposure to consumers. That's what the unintended consequence is, spending money where they won't make a difference. We want to focus attention on where we can take action to on controllable factors that will make a difference. And that's the dilemma, because when you have circumstances like in San Francisco Bay, where we have so much legacy contamination of mercury and PCBs, and we've pursued millions of dollars actually of studies and actions, and we can say with certainty that we understand more now about the presence of mercury and PCBs in the Bay, but most of that is associated with what's already there, and it's going to take decades for the Bay to purge itself. We're pursuing every possible action already to try to expedite that, but I think we just want to have the record to understand that there needs to be a reality check of what can be accomplished in those situations where the unfortunate reality is that there's plenty of people that eat fish wherever fish is available to be caught, and that includes San Francisco Bay, and there is an exposure problem. But we want to make sure we recognize that we can't make change. We want to make sure we focus on actions that will make a difference, and whether those uses can be attained is still a challenge, but we know they won't be attainable for many years in circumstances like the Bay. So that said, we are committed to pursue appropriate actions, but back to that, I want to reinforce the concern about resource limitations. As you may know, we have precious few resources for standards projects statewide as well as within the regions, and that's why it is important that we work in partnership with statewide, and I like to use the concept of 110, that we have one water boards, that's trying to reflect the interest of the 10 individual boards, but for the greater good of the people of California. But we have precious few resources in the planning arena. We want to make sure we put them to good use. So a number of these, so a lot of the revisions that have been proposed now make what's out there livable. Particularly, it avoids or recognizes that there are ways to avoid unintended regulatory consequences. But still, I'd like to make sure we continue to work together to focus our efforts on actions that have consequence, and the consequence is reduced exposure to people who consume fish.
So I've got a question for you about, I think what we're hearing today from a number of different speakers is the potential here for alternative compliance. And so with you coming from a region that's been working on mercury for quite some time, could you speak to how you could see using existing authorities and a policy such as this, assuming that we adopt today, and to develop an alternative compliance program at the region?
Frank answer is no. In circumstances like San Francisco Bay, because we know the system very well, that you're saying, the concept is, rather than have entities that we regulate, such as POTWs or even municipal stormwater, expend their resources to try to control their discharge, put those resources to other use that would reduce exposure. The point being, the only actions that will reduce exposure is for the bay to purge itself of all the mercury and PCBs in it over time. There's no direct action that I'm aware of that we could pursue, like to redirect public resources from wastewater plants or stormwater management to the bay. It's just impossible. So
in that instance, there'd be a distinction between Region 2 and Region 5, perhaps?
Perhaps. I mean, obviously there, I think within that large number of water bodies in Region 5 that you just saw, there's logically some opportunity where focusing resources on controlling known mine waste sites and the like could make a difference, will make a difference in many circumstances. And so there's potentially some opportunities there. The unfortunate reality is we've messed up the bay, and we're going to have to live with it for unfortunately for quite a while.
I think, and I'll just add on to that, that's a good answer. There was, in my mind, an alternative compliance scheme that went with the TMDL, which was all the as an example, all the POTWs were given one allocation of mass as a compliance threshold in the watershed NPDES permit for mercury discharges that all the dischargers were party to, right? So I think that's one example of a mechanism, right?
And they could get it wherever they got it?
And there's flexibility within, in terms of if you don't meet your individual, as long as the group meets the limit. So I think that's an example of an alternative compliance approach, alternative to the traditional where you just part and parcel do the SIP and the effluent limit derivation. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that's reasonably right. I mean, the point is that there are several options that we have, and the staff have recognized essentially all of them in the record to avoid unintended regulatory consequences. But the challenge being there's a limit to how we can just leverage our regulatory authority on certain sources to fix other things. That's
to get the outcome in the fish tissue, right?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to turn to my colleague. I have a few thoughts and notes from this and things I'd like staff to take a look at. But I want to thank everybody because I know it's taken a long time to get here. And as I said before, I'm happy that we're talking about the details as opposed to initially where people were trying to say don't call a use that exists a use because there might be inconvenience to dealing with it, to actually spending time trying to figure out how to give some comfort without giving up on trying to do what we can do, which is the art, or to have vision about being able to go beyond. So I just want to thank folks for the evolution of the dialogue on this. And I think some of it is challenging because it is conflated with the Mercury rule, which is our best vehicle for coming to closure on beneficial use. But I appreciate the amount of time folks have spent, and I appreciate the amount of time staff spent going through all of those comments. So when I have my list, I'll have very few things I definitely want, but a number of things I want you to consider, and then say what you think would be helpful, because I do think there's some belt suspenders and flying monkeys in what people are asking for to give comfort from fear, some of which I don't think would be realized, and others of which might be in some situations. So I just want you to consider that a little bit. But I want to turn to my colleagues before I give my list.
All right, I'll give it a try, not from a technical perspective, certainly. But, okay, so first of all, I just want to really thank staff for all of your work on this. And I do recognize that it was a little rough going at first in terms of stakeholder outreach. Not regarding the tribes, but regarding the other groups that got brought in afterwards. But I attended a couple of workshops, and I think that the second workshop, I don't remember the date, I think it was in February, end of January, but the second workshop in particular was, I think, very useful in that it did provide stakeholders an opportunity to better, as I've been saying all along, connect the dots between a designation of beneficial use and a mercury policy, which I think was very difficult in term. People are busy, so when they see a LYRIS notice on mercury, they didn't automatically connect the dots on water supply in particular. And so I'd like to start my comments on water supply, and thank you for putting together the resolution language. I concur with Alan Lilly's comments. I think that it addresses the concern, or should address the concern. With respect to the concern raised by Ms. Coffey and, I'm sorry, Jeremy, I didn't catch your last name, but gentleman from San Diego, I did have a conversation with Mr. Loeffler about this, and even though initially I do have concerns about, or I did have concerns about unintended consequences, thinking that maybe we need to put some parameters on this, on cultural use, because I don't think our intention is to be able to provide for massive in-stream flows, a large amount of in-stream flow that could significantly affect some of these other beneficial uses. But as I understand it, the beneficial use in and of itself wouldn't result in that. There would have to be water quality objectives, and that's where we would come in, and the regional boards would come in to weigh and balance the beneficial uses. And so, maybe there needs to be some resolution language to just ensure that, we're going to follow standard practice in the law here with regard to balancing. But assuming that that's correct, I think that'd be an appropriate way of dealing with it. Or if you could point to, some other documentation that you have in the staff report along those lines. With respect to 13.241, I have to plead ignorance on this. I can see the language on the second slide there that Craig Johns provided. I think that was very useful. But that references objectives, and there seems to be a request here to provide for that analysis in the designation of the beneficial use, or the adoption of the beneficial use. And so I just feel that there needs to be a little bit more dialogue. If this is something that would normally be required, then I think we should require it, but not looking for anything additive. So I'd just like to hear back from you on that. And then lastly, on alternative compliance, the reason I asked the question of Mr. Mumley regarding existing authorities, it seems to me there's a lot of talk about unintended consequences. This is an opportunity really for us to leverage unintended consequences. Get people to the table, get partners there, and get them engaged out of concern of cost and realistically, not being able to really make much of a difference in many circumstances. So the intention there would be, what more do we need to do in order to encourage those good discussions to take place? Is there something we need to do at the state board, whether it's just continue to be engaged with the regional boards, resolution language, bring it back for review, encourage maybe Region 5 would be an appropriate place to start some of these discussions. I don't know, but I definitely would like to see more on alternative compliance and would like to hear from my fellow colleagues on this and also your recommendations.
Okay, I'll go next. Thanks. Those are thoughtful
Starting
comments.
on the left today, I'll start on the right next meeting.
Okay, we'll rotate. Okay, that sounds good. Well, first, thanks to everyone. I have to thank everyone on all sides of this issue for steadfast work, but also a lot of work, and staff included, especially in terms of the last month or so of working through and addressing and building some infrastructure in the proposed policy to protect against what we're calling unintended consequences, and recognizing all the hard work that has been done on mercury in our state. I think it's pretty far-reaching as far as that work, and it actually, there's a history of coming to this state board in the past and then being remanded and then refined and many iterations. And along the way, the issue of subsistence has been raised, and it has been addressed, but not head-on, in my opinion. And I've been concerned over the years about the concept of a seat at the table for the disadvantaged among us, economically and in terms of the choices that we have, and which was articulated by folks representing the tribes. And what I see, what I'm moved by in this staff proposal and the diligent working through the details, is this future that we're trying to create where all people have a seat at the table. It's not that one group runs the table. It's that you have a seat at the table and you have that opportunity to really have the dialogue and talk about how all these different uses of water, human, fish, and wildlife can be balanced in the California system. But first, we really need to make it clear that those voices are supposed to be heard, and they haven't always been. So I think this has been important to get to this point. And I know folks have been confused about why mercury and beneficial uses, and I'm sure you can put words to this, but this means we're serious. We're serious. These folks deserve a seat at the table, and here is something that's substantive, that has numeric endpoints, that has public health implications, that's meaningful. It's not symbolic. And we've got the tools, we've got the science, we've got the willingness, all of us, to listen to each other and work through and come up with multi-objective solutions. And we can take into account time. That's one of the biggest concerns and fears I hear is we're not going to, be able to accomplish these goals in a reasonable or a certain amount of time. So in this discussion today, I think I was hearing, and I was fishing for, pardon the pun, yeah. That there are remedies within this system that we operate in now, that we don't have to necessarily create all these new tools within it. We can use the existing tools in the system to create the reasonable amount of time, the forums where we can have these discussions and work through the collaboration and the dialogue so that everyone feels like things are on the right track. And what we heard from tribal representatives today and over the years is they haven't felt that things were quite on the right track. And so this, I think, is an important step to bring these concepts together because they do relate. So thanks for letting me speak to those global issues. Now, on the 13241, I've had some discussion with stakeholders about this. I think staff, in their response to comments, you tried to explain yes, you know, with this new set of uses, if a regional board's going to adopt water quality objectives to implement a designated use, there is a 13241 process that is already baked in to, you know, the existing requirements. So I'm not sure about what value is added by putting something in the resolution that directs us to follow state law as it exists. Is it an unnecessary statement of state law? It's a question to staff, because I'm open, you know, if for comfort language and that sort of thing, but I don't want it to be twisted into additional requirements that are beyond what state law already requires. But I thought I'm open to the two other, so that was the first of the three that the regional board recommended changes. So I'm not sure about the first one, but the second two seem fairly reasonable. I like bringing to folks' attention, and this now is going to be in the appendix of the statewide plan amendment, bringing attention to the issue of the need to reckon with the resource needs of the regional and state boards and the other agencies if they're going to implement exposure and risk reduction measures to try to get out into the communities and communicate on their terms about, you know, what fish are safe to eat and which aren't, and all that great work that's been going on and can be augmented. That takes resources, and so I'm in support of that language generally. If any wordsmithing that you'd recommend, I would be open to. A couple minor points. I do want to acknowledge Coleguas watershed efforts, one of our watershed groups. It seemed when I looked at response to comments that we did make some changes based on their concerns about, you know, expecting the LA board to revise their TMDL there. So anyway, just any clarifications, because this is happening fast. I wouldn't blame anyone for missing the response to comment, and any changes would have been made, but I want to check that.
It was a good one, though.
Yeah, and we've talked a lot about that. And then I've got mixed feelings about guidance to the regional boards, and I've spoken to folks, you know, as we've met along the way. I have experience in doing use designation. I used to be the basin plan person in the early 2000s in the San Francisco Bay Water Board, and that's based on available information. We were updating the water body list, and so we used available science studies, documentation of uses, and put it together in a package for those water bodies that happened to have been overlooked in the 1970s. So to say the uses haven't been designated in a long time, I'm proof that they have in the last 12 years. And we can do that, you know, by creating a record and saying, you know, this use exists. We don't have to go through a lot of confusion and legal back and forth if we can document it and have stakeholder buy-in to the determination. So I don't see a lot of value from my own personal experience in putting limited resources into developing that type of guidance, but I see value in committing state board to work with regional boards as these projects come forward through the standard triennial review process. So I have to kind of be convinced, but I could be, you know, if my fellow board members think that that makes sense and is a good use of our resources. But I'd like to hear from staff on that. And I think I'll leave it at that for now.
Helpful, thank you.
No, thank you.
Well,
This is hard. I don't have an engineering wing and a legal wing anymore.
but you're now surrounded by engineers on both sides.
I'm cocooned by engineers, and I feel safe.
And well, the vice chair has moved over to your left. I have to say he continues to channel me very well. Thank you very much. In fact, your comments actually stole my thunder, because that was exactly what I was going to say. So just to briefly, I concur with your comment regarding the necessity for additional language regarding 13241. I think it is comforting, but again, if we were to go there are a myriad of other sections that we could add comforting language to. So again, if there's no additional value added besides comfort, I prefer we not go there. And I would like to consider the other two amendments suggested by Dr. Longley, in particular with respect to resolve number 5, building on to the vice chair's comment about, it shows that we're serious, it shows that we want to take, action and consider this seriously. I think the proposed changes to 5 is much stronger than simply, the way it currently reads is the state board encourages the regional board to work with these other entities. And I like the suggested change of the state board will work with these entities to try to bring forth solution. So, and I also wanted to recognize, I forgot now, perhaps it was Susan's proposal, to recognize that per the 2 TMDLs that have been previously adopted by Region 2 and Region 5, we did refer to exposure reduction rather than risk reduction. And I think the only thing I would add, again, building on to the Vice Chair's comment about guidance is, yes, we've heard a lot of concerns about what could happen, what might happen, the unintended consequences that somehow might result from these actions. And, it always, I think that when this board, whenever we consider and adopt significant policy, significant new policies, we always direct staff to report back to us on its implementation. And I think this is one where it may not need to be in the resolution, but we should be directing staff, especially with the level of concerns out there about implementation, to report back in a year, in 18 months, on the efforts to date, on what the regional boards have done, and revisit the issue of whether a guidance needs to be developed. I don't know that at this time we can definitely say that it's necessary, but perhaps with some experience in implementation, we might want to revisit that at some point down the road.
I'll probably be echoing a lot of the sentiments that have already been shared by my fellow board members, but first and foremost, of course, the amount of staff work and time and stakeholder involvement has been tremendous to hear about and learn. These aren't easy issues, and particularly when it comes to mercury, given the complexity of the way that the metal moves through air, water, land, fish, and the rest of us, it is not an easy topic to necessarily address here, but the work that's been done by the staff has been exceptional, and especially in listening to a lot of the concerns from the stakeholders, both on the tribal side and also on those that are regulated. So thank you first and foremost for that. So I think when it comes specifically to the suggestions that have been made to giving greater emphasis to the need for greater cooperation between the feds, the state and locals, tribal communities and others to really address mercury in a comprehensive way that actually reduces exposure, that actually reduces risk for the communities, I think is important. And I echo the fact that and when it comes to the resolution, the language that was offered up by the Central Valley Board should be included and adopted in. And when it comes to guidance, at this point, I agree with Board Member Dudek that there should be a further opportunity to check in to really be able to see if there is a need, if there are unintended consequences that are cropping up, or further direction that's needed for the regional boards in order to ensure that those don't come through. But ultimately, I have had the pleasure with working with a number of tribes throughout the state in my previous work with Senator Boxer, where I handled tribal issues. And this is significant in a number of ways, and it is tremendous ultimately when you look at the emphasis and the work that we're doing here to protect a community that has been marginalized for a long time, and particularly with water issues. And so hopefully it's a model for others throughout the rest of the country and other states who also have relationships with their tribes that need mending. And certainly this is a way to bring them into the fold, bring them to the table and become important stakeholders. So thanks.
Thank you. It's great. And those are all terrific. I tend to agree. I'll just add a couple of things. As you look at some of the language that's been submitted, again, I don't think we need belt suspenders and flying monkeys, but the things that you find that might be useful, but not, I'm not trying to figure out if there's reasonable stuff that makes sense. It's fine to do, but I don't want anything that reeks of a hall pass, of not having to move forward, which again is sort of where we were in the earlier stage of comments, and I'm happy to have moved beyond that, and it's easier to hear, but I think I agree with some of the things said, that we'll see if it's necessary, but I do like those two suggestions from Dr. Longley. I think you could edit them, but my emphasis is clearly we need to try and look for resources, but the way you get resources is to actually be trying to do something that's compelling. And if we can pull people together, and that includes EPA and others, in a small, not teeny, but not so big as to be useless conversation about what we can do, we're going to yield some benefits with tribes and others engaged who want to try and come up with it. I think about all of the work being done by the Sierra Fund and others to try and push the issue of abandoned mines, where people feel there's nothing that can be done, or they don't see them when they're right in front of their face. There's a ton that can be done. Now, it may require legislation, it may require more resources, but we could be doing a lot more in a lot more places on mercury than I'm hearing. So let's have a group sit down and talk about it, even if it's not something that's our direct regulation. It's real, it's out there, I've seen it, you've all been there. There's stuff that can be done in some places. Let's figure out how to come up with, whether it's a new initiative, a new policy, or figure out how to talk about the real stuff. Because in this, we've been talking a lot about code sections and possibilities and fears and in the weeds, when in fact there's a bigger picture story to be told, which is what would drive resources, including ways to enable, whether it's alternative compliance or just figuring out how to do something sensible. I agree, where there's a will, there's a way on that. And by engaging everyone in it, including EPA, we make it easier to incorporate the things we need to do. But I'd love to change the energy from looking at all the words on the page, which is not to say they don't matter, to let's figure out how to do something more quickly that will yield benefits more quickly, as opposed to trying to avoid it. So somewhere in that second bullet, I think there's a winner there if you can come up with it. And the same is true on the public education and outreach. We really, since it is going to take so long, we really do need to do a lot. And Region 5 certainly has tried and has gotten funding to hire some good folks to do outreach, but we need to enable all those community groups and others who've been trying to do this outreach. And again, maybe that'll end up being proposed legislation. Maybe there'll be all kinds of budget proposals, but I really do want us to do some follow-up on that. There are a bunch of other things that folks asked for. You have the list. There's some that I absolutely am against, but you probably can figure that out. Something, I don't think it needs to be in the language, but look at the CASCO language and the other things people have said and just see what you think you can do. Again, I'm not saying we should do any of them. I'd be happy if we didn't do any of them, but there may be some of them we can do that you're comfortable with, and I'm open to that. And then it doesn't need to be in the resolution, but I'll commit to going and meeting with EPA, and we'll sit down and just talk candidly about some of the fears that people have raised and figure out, is there an MOU? Is there something we can do to avoid the fears that have driven this conversation, when really I want to be having the bigger conversation about what we can do together, pulling our different strengths and resources together. That'll be good. And again, my thank you to people for actually really getting into this conversation, not just the folks who are trying to figure out how to make it work and are supporting the beneficial use designations, which is a big change, but also to the tribal and EJ advocates who have been so reasonable in understanding that it's not something that happens tomorrow, and sharing the belief that we want everyone to be focusing on the big ticket items that are the art of the possible, not necessarily things that won't make a difference. So I think everybody's done quite well in this. And that's a piece of why I let folks take a fair amount of time, because I think this is a bit of a conversation. So I know, Mr. Laufer, you've been looking at things. I know you all have been looking at things. How much time do you need? Do you need a lot of time? I'm hoping you'll need a half hour or less. Okay, so let's assume 30, but will you check in at 20 in case you've got it done? I don't want to waste the 10 minutes. And then see what you come up with, what your comfort level is. All right, we will take a break for at least 20 minutes.
Oh, great. Yes, hello. Hi. Okay, fantastic. That's great. Fantastic.
Thanks.
Good. Well, be annoyed with us. That's good. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's been quite the vacation quickly. Yeah, but yeah, so still kind of in DC, so kind of flipping back and forth a bit, just because my partner and I, about 2 weeks before the governor's office called to see if I was interested in the position, we had closed the house in DC. We have a house there, so we'll just kind of make it work. So we'll see how it goes. So, but yeah. And prior to that, I was with the Natural Resources Agency in D.C. doing water issues, and then before that, 8.5 years with Senator Boxer, and so still tribal issues, water, ag, ocean was kind of a really broad that would be fantastic. Yeah, and with the drought and everything, that's all that really kicked up and really kind of came to the forefront, at least I know the governor's office, the attention, and everyone else, where it's, and with, things with climate change and everything else, will continue to be an issue, and so getting so do you guys currently just kind of a monitoring network, or what's the extent of the work? Do you have any reduction sort of efforts in place at this point to identify, sources of products, of course, like
All right. We are back. It is 4:33. Who should I turn to for your thoughts, proposals, etc., so we can discuss?
Thanks. Before we get into the substantive changes to the resolution, just a couple of quick cleanups on the response to comments regarding numeric action levels that were requested, and when we looked at realized that we needed to just clarify on the response to comments, particularly on page 565 of the response to comments. It asks about clearly defining the means of compliance with the stormwater receiving water limits. And the response should say that the compliance with the NALs is the primary method for compliance with the industrial general permit. The industrial general permit generally does not specify methods to comply with the general receiving water limitation for any pollutants, including mercury. So we wanted to be clear that the NALs are not about receiving water. And then again, also for the NALs, we wanted to make clarification what happens when you have a 303D listed water body. And the response should be read that in regards 303D listed water bodies, the industrial general permit is consistent with US EPA's industrial general permit, which requires no new sources of the pollutant for which the water body is impaired to be enrolled with the industrial general permit. So it's just clarifying how the industrial general permit goes with 303D listed water bodies, and again, that the NALs are their primary means of compliance and does not address receiving water limitations.
Right, is that on the same page?
It's page 565 and page 566.
Are you proposing changes?
So that's just changes to the response to comments I wanted to read into the record.
Yeah, so what will happen is when the board ultimately, assuming the board ultimately makes a motion after the presentation that staff is going to make shortly, we'll just want to make sure that the resolution includes, or the motion includes provision that staff will conform the response to comments to the description that Mr. Rasmussen just had. Because that is not actually a document that the board approves.
Okay, so moving on to the next issue, you asked us to consider whether there was a need to add requirements regarding Water Code Section 13241, and we wanted to follow up on that issue. We considered 13241 requirements on a programmatic level for the 5 objectives, excuse me, the 5 objectives that are before the board today. And along those lines, there is no need for the regional boards to do further consideration if they use those objectives that we're adopting today. However, if the regional boards develop site-specific objectives for any of the new uses or existing uses, they will need to conduct a 13241 analysis in that action, and that is going to be reflected in the recitals that you'll see shortly, and we don't suggest any further changes.
And just a quick clarification, the recital that he just mentioned is actually in the change sheet, which acknowledges that the development of site-specific water quality objectives could be appropriate to account for the difference in consumption rates and types and form. And it's in that recital that it identifies that, of course, in adopting those site-specific water quality objectives, 13241 must be complied with. So Janine, I'm wondering if you have the change sheet ready to...
Yeah, and that was on change sheet number 1, page 3, change number 2.
That's where it was reflected, that's correct.
For the 13241 reference.
That's correct.
Thank you.
So these are changes proposed in addition to change sheet number 1 presented today. And the leading it off is the revision to resolution whereas 12. And what this is responsive to is the issue of qualifying and capturing the extent that the cultural beneficial use could have to do with flow water quality objectives, and putting appropriate parameters on it consistent with existing law, but identifying it here in the resolution. And so the proposed language is at the bottom underlined. To the extent any flow objectives are established for coal beneficial use, that should say for a coal
beneficial use, or the coal, I'm sorry, that should say the coal beneficial use, a regional water board must revise its water quality control plan to first establish the flow objective. That would require consideration of the Water Code Section 13241 factors, which allow consideration of competing interests, and ultimately that requires approval by the State Water Board.
Explain to me why that's necessary. Why would you call out cultural beneficial use for that if this is what they always have to do for flow objectives?
This was to address the request that we identify and create the parameters, but indeed it's not necessary. This is how it is.
I would rather not call out cultural beneficial use for extra language when you have to go through this analysis for any beneficial use.
And just to give a little context,
I'm misunderstanding something.
This was in response to the concern Board Member D'Adamo had raised. And if you look at the remainder of Resolve 12, it's explaining how there will not be flow objectives related to the cultural T-sub and sub-beneficial uses to the extent it's necessary for aquatic habitat.
Right.
And that kind of left open a question that Board Member D'Adamo had raised with respect, well, what about with respect to cultural and any flow that may be associated with that? And so this sentence was designed to make clear what existing law would require for those issues to kind of close the loop. And it's because it's something above and beyond what would be associated with subsistence and T-sub.
Because it was left out of that list above, but it's leaving open the possibility that you would establish them and it would have to go through this process. Which is just the process it would have to go through.
Yeah, so this doesn't change anything, and the only reason it's called out, is simply because it is not, this is sort of an issue that's dangling unresolved from the prior sentences of this resolved, and we're just trying to make it clear to everybody that the board would follow the boards would have to follow their customary process when they establish any flow objective in order to protect a beneficial use.
Well, right,
I think also,
and that the state board would have to approve it.
That's right. I think also to, in recognition of your concern about calling out the coal beneficial use specifically, and that it is true that this is a statement of law that applies equally to all beneficial uses. I think that that statement could also apply to the subsistence beneficial uses as well, just as there is a nexus with flow with most beneficial uses. And the paragraph that this is tagged to affirmatively states that flow objectives won't be established for the subsistence fishing to protect fish. So I think to
But they may be for the cultural if it meets all these criteria. Okay.
Well, and potentially for the subsistence fishing beneficial use as well. And I think to reconcile the distinction and to not identify one beneficial use here when this is a statement of law that applies to all beneficial uses, we could strike take out coal and just say to the extent any flow objective is established for a beneficial use, and then continue with the statement of law.
Possibility too. That would solve it.
Could you scroll down or get the earlier portion of the, up, yeah. I mean, I just think that kind of muddies the waters then. Let's see. The way it is. Thanks.
The beauty of sort of a public process. The change that Ms. Gillespie has proposed makes it a legally accurate statement of law. What I'm trying, and she is more enmeshed in these issues, but I'm just trying to imagine beyond the fish populations and aquatic habitats, I was trying to figure how a flow objective would necessarily be established to protect a subsistence beneficial use. And so, you know, to the extent that staff can talk through how that is actually a scenario, then maybe it makes sense to collapse it down But I think the issue, as I see it and read the paragraph in the abstract, is that there is something different about the cultural use
No, it
in
can
that it
cover
could
more things.
result in a flow objective standing alone, whereas I think for the others it probably is ultimately tied to somehow the fish population, and we've declared in the earlier part of the whereas clause that that would not be the basis for establishing flow objectives.
Let me offer an amendment that unfortunately adds some words, but I think captures everyone's concerns. I would suggest revising to read, to the extent any flow objectives are established for the coal beneficial use, a regional water board must follow existing requirements and revise its water quality control plan, yada, yada, yada. So that emphasizes that it's the existing requirement that they need to follow. It's not a special effort. Does that work from a legal perspective?
Yeah, it's certainly a further refinement that I think would be appropriate. I would like to very briefly address Mr. Laufer's comment with respect to the distinction and this potential scenario in which flow could be implicated with a subsistence fishing objective. Now, it's my understanding that subsistence fishing, similar to the CALM beneficial use objective, it's designed to protect the consumption of fish, which is different from the recreational use of fishing. And so to the extent that's an accurate statement of law, then I'm comfortable identifying coal specifically and not calling out the other ones as well. So to reconcile this discussion, I think what it would say is to the extent any flow objectives are established for the coal beneficial use, a regional water board must comply with existing law and revise its water quality control plan to first establish the flow objective. And then it continues as written. That would require consideration of the Water Code Section 13241 factors, which allow consideration of competing interests, and ultimately that requires approval by the State Water Board.
I think her board member Dodek's was to try and simplify it versus calling it out as a much longer thing. I get that you need to put call separately because you've mentioned the other ones and you don't want folks to be confused, but I think you always have to balance competing uses when setting a flow objective. That's the point. So I would like as few words as possible to make the point. I guess why we need to make the point, I'm more comfortable with what board member Dodek suggested than all of this language that restates that we have to consider competing interests and all that sort of thing, or that we have to follow the rules.
So that would look something like starting off with the second clause in the first sentence. A regional water board must comply with existing law and revise its water quality control plan to first establish the flow objective, which includes Water Code Section 13241.
I think it includes a lot of
period.
things. So you just say ultimately it requires approval by the state board is the most important piece.
Okay.
Because you're talking flow.
All right, so I was typing along when Ms. Dodek read it, and apparently, or read it into the record, and apparently I did not follow correctly, because I actually had typed what Ms. Gillespie ended up reading. So, Ms. Dodek, can you help me? I had that you wished it to read, a regional water board must comply with existing law
And revise its water quality control plan.
and revise its water quality control plan. And then I thought you were picking up with what is already up there to first establish the flow objective. That would require consideration. Okay, so I'm trying to harmonize that with the concern you're raising, Ms. Marcus, because I think that's what Ms. Gillespie just read into the record.
Well, here's my question, and again, I'm not going to follow my sword on this. It's like we're adding in language into this that's talking about what we do under existing law. It's like not beating a dead horse, but it's overstating the point. The point is that you've got to go through a flow consideration, balance competing interests, and that we're going to approve it. I just feel like throwing too many things in there leads to a question as if we're asking for more than we would otherwise.
So in consideration of that point, we could just tag the first sentence as read by Mr. Lawfer that requires approval by the State Water Board and not include the remaining of the second sentence.
Right, in the second sentence. I'd feel more comfortable with that. Again, it's not the biggest deal, but it just makes me uncomfortable with throwing more in than is necessary anywhere else.
So a comma after flow objective, strike the next two phrases and then end with "and ultimately that requires approval by the State Water Board."
Which requires approval by the State Water Board. Oh.
Since you're added, could you add the word the before CUL?
And continue to strike "and ultimately." And replace "and" with "which," so the flow objective which requires, yeah.
And then you'd have to add the other first part of it. The in accordance with applicable.
Comply with existing law.
So
we all get to judge Mr. Laufer's typing skills.
Pretty good.
So scrolling down, please, Janine, to the next item. This language would be a new recital 18 and essentially encompasses the discussion that we had today about alternative compliance options and pursuing them. And so it reads, the provisions, staff report, and response to comments acknowledge the various regulatory tools available to the water boards, both from a planning perspective, including TMDLs, and from a permitting perspective, including compliance schedules and variances, to provide flexibility and an orderly path to final compliance with the mercury objectives. In addition to traditional effluent limitations, alternative compliance options that seek to remove mercury mass from the watershed may provide effective additional tools to achieve the water quality objectives with more efficient expenditure of funds. State Water Board and Regional Water Board staff will continue to work to develop regulatory tools, potentially for statewide application, to authorize and to develop these alternative compliance options. Okay, moving forward then is the revision to resolve clause 4.
And just I will note, as Ms. Gillespie has it scrolled down, there are now 3 number 18, so everything will be revised accordingly.
Thank you. This is a revision to resolved clause 4, inserting the language, the State Water Board recognizes that successful implementation of the provisions will involve resource commitments by the regional water boards, industry, federal and state agencies, tribal groups, and environmental representatives. The State Water Board will support these efforts through existing staff resources and pursue additional resources where appropriate.
One slight change here. Rather than industry, shouldn't it be the regulated community? Because we have other than just industry.
That's broader.
Regulated community.
You might, yeah.
Regulated entities or whatever word you want to use.
Yeah, really.
Tribal government?
Representatives?
How about tribal representatives?
Well, you might want to say tribal governments and representatives and groups. You can do both. Tribal governments and groups, maybe.
Having the term just titled tribes is appropriate. I'm hearing consensus behind me that that's actually recommended by the tribes. So,
sure.
So it would be, yeah, ES. Thank you. And then continuing down to the next Resolve 5.
Wait. I actually, just to think about, you don't have to edit right now, I want more of a direction to staff to convene a work group. Not just, this is exhortatory. We'll support efforts.
May I remind the chair that any board directive to form a group will subject that group to Bagley-Keene.
Oh, I'm not going to do that then.
You beat me to it.
I forgot about that. But we needed something where you
So
report back on
we will
efforts.
consider forming a group as part of this outreach.
Yeah.
And the issue might also be addressed in Resolve 5. I could be mistaken, but maybe we take a look at that and see what
Actually,
we've
before
got
you do
there.
that, since it's annoying me, can we change regulated community to regulated entities? Because all the other nouns are plural.
You know, we've really come a long way that we're talking about regulated entities. It used to just be dischargers for so many years. Sorry. And there's more than dischargers today.
So if there's no further comment, let's continue to scroll down to Resolve 5. And this identifies that the State Water Board will work with the regional water boards, California Department of Public Health, and Office of Environmental Health and Hazard Assessment to work with relevant stakeholders, representatives of California Native American tribes, environmental justice organizations, dischargers, and other public health agency representatives to develop recommendations for appropriate exposure reduction and communication strategies that could be utilized as an important component to protect beneficial uses.
And the question is in that, did you look at the language that Dr. Longley presented? Just the notion that unless it's inappropriate in a resolution, that will consider seeking funding where feasible. I thought where feasible probably was a good enough modifier.
We have essentially included that up in Resolved 4.
Okay.
And it speaks to resources generally because of some of those sensitivities. So if you can scroll back up, Janine, just so that Chair Doda or Chair Marcus can see it. It's the second sentence of the new edition.
Oh, and pursue additional resources where appropriate.
In Resolve 5, if we're done, let's change dischargers to regulated entities.
A good name for a band, actually. The regulated entities. Good work.
So I have are we finished with 5?
We're having, I'm sorry.
Well, if you guys changed it to regulated entities, and I see why, and I'm wondering, I'm asking, looking behind us, is it representatives of tribes to be consistent, or is it representatives of Native Americans?
That would be consistent.
I think it should be just tribes.
I think it should just be
with
tribes.
With a capital T.
That's correct. And the issue as to why California Native American tribes was there is it was a carryover from the language that's utilized in the beneficial uses. So using tribes here is consistent, even though it might be an expression differently with respect to the uses.
It's just the representatives.
Yes, take out representatives of too.
Oh, got it.
Okay.
Yeah, because nobody can represent a tribe. That's a rule. Except for an elected official.
Thank you.
So with that concludes the changes that we reflected upon, or the issues that we reflected upon and thought it best to be reflective in the resolution language.
Since we moved the language regarding feasible funding in 5 to 4, can we just revisit 4 really quick just to make sure that it's strong enough, I guess?
Yes, Janine, if you, yeah. Yeah, that second statement is fairly broad to encompass not just the existing staff resources, but pursuing additional resources where appropriate.
Is there a significant difference between saying funding and resources?
It's more narrow, and I can't immediately imagine what would be omitted from making it more narrow.
Fair. Okay.
I have a question regarding a different section. Scroll up, please. On the alternative, there we go. All right, so just to pose this as a question, and not necessarily that I think that it has to be added, but are we being overly restrictive here when we refer to regulatory tools? Regulatory and non-regulatory would be what I would suggest. And I know that the other resolution resolved paragraphs are non-regulatory, but they're very specific to funding.
Yeah, it's fine to take out regulatory, just so.
Well, I would just say regulatory and non-regulatory tools.
And that's fine. I think the key issue and the reason that I had originally crafted it with the focus on regulatory is the concern that this was largely addressing was the stakeholder concern that the permitting agencies wouldn't have the ability to authorize these extra approaches. But there's no downside to going ahead and including develop non-regulatory and regulatory tools. So it's the second to the last line in 18 where it begins develop.
After
and you could say regulatory and non-regulatory.
Did we want to put in any language about reporting back on how it's going?
Right.
A reasonable amount of time? Didn't we talk?
I believe we can direct staff in the adoption motion to do so.
That's a better place.
Yeah, I agree, especially if it's an appendix in the statewide plan.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, so that would be one of the things. What about the, were you able to have a conversation with Callegas about their concern about the specific language, or
when I took a look at the actual staff report language, and I think it really does address their comments. What it states is that in part that TMDL was established using a 17.5 grams a day fish tissue target, but how it also adopted a wildlife number, which is more stringent and actually is more akin to our 32 grams a day, and it suggests that when the regional board re-examines it on their normal schedule that they might consider harmonizing the consumption rate with ours. It doesn't direct them. It's a staff report recital that says they might consider doing that since the wildlife number is already more stringent and basically equivalent to ours, but it's not a requirement to do anything.
I don't want to, it's probably not worth wordsmithing. I would like more action words for the funding and the public education. I mean, on the action of coming together and doing stuff, but I think you know what we have in mind, and that in the motion language we'll have you report back, but I'm going to want to sit down and talk about it pretty much right away. Because it should be an initiative of ours.
Actually, if you would roll down to Resolve 5.
That's a little weak. Is the language that you put up above in 4, are you saying that the language in 4 about resources covers both of them? Is that what you were trying to say when you had me go back up to 4?
So when you look at 4, if Janine scrolls up to it, it does refer to these efforts. But I think staff, we would view all of these as bound up together. And frankly, this is where the substantial resource commitments really will come from.
Mm-hmm.
And essentially what you see in Resolve 5 will benefit from the resources that flow towards 4.
Perhaps we should switch the two. Put 5 first. Microphone.
What Executive Director Howard and I were just talking about was that we could take the second sentence of Resolved 4 and essentially copy it out, cut it out of 4, put it after Resolved 5, and basically say a new Resolved 6, renumber accordingly.
Yeah,
but Resolved 6 would say the State Board will support the efforts in Resolves 4 and 5 through existing staff resources and pursue additional resources where appropriate. So you're going to, not that sentence, the sentence before it, Janine. No, go down, second sentence. That says State Water Board will support, we'll cut that. Then we'll go down and do a 6 at the end. And then paste. And then we'll renumber the remainder of the resolution accordingly. So.
Wait, go back to 6. It needs to have.
Yep.
In support of 4 and 5.
Yeah, we'll support Resolves 4 and 5. And then strike these efforts.
Right. Are there any other issues, discussion, or may I make a motion as someone who's been through this since 2008? With that, I will concur, endorse everyone's, all my colleagues' thanks to staff and to all the stakeholders, especially to those representatives of the environmental justice community and to the tribes who have worked with us and have been very patient throughout all of this. And I'll move for adoption of this item with the change sheet 1, with the changes as reflected here that has been read into the record, with the changes to the response to comment that Mr. Rasmussen read into the record earlier. Direct staff to make any additional corresponding changes as necessary to the response to comment to reflect the board's action in this matter, and also direct staff to report back to the board annually on the efforts by the Regional Water Board in the implementation, especially of the designation of the new beneficial uses, and to report back on any additional guidance that may be necessary based on that implementation effort.
I would be honored to second that well-stated motion by my colleague.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It carries. Thank you all for your effort. Now even more work begins. So thank you all very much, and thanks for the excellent work you all did. Really good.
And I'd like to thank the board. This will most likely be my last item before the board before I retire. So it's a good way to end many years of work on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom has one more meeting.
Don't say that. Mr. Loffer, closed session or no?
No, no.
Why don't we just do it for a few minutes? Can you send something? Yeah, no, but I mean tonight, can you send something? Okay. All right. Thanks. Board member reports, let's carry over. Is that all right? All right. Okay, we recess till tomorrow. Thank you.